ora tātou, ka mi nui ki koutou kia ora. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for Thursday the 30th of June. Welcome to council colleagues, to staff, to deputations and to members of the public, both present and joining us online. We have 4 presentations for us before the public forum, starting with Mr. Somerville. Welcome. Next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou, katoa, Mayor, Honourable Councillors, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you, and what I'm here to talk to you about today is the recently completed Utiputu youth space, which went in just down on Princes Street in the space of both Te Whareoru Katia and the Dunedin Community Gallery. I've got to say first, I'll say thank you to our funders, which was both the Otago Community Trust, Dunedin City Council through their Creative Communities scheme, and the Dunedin Casino. The youth space took place between the 8th and the 21st of May. What our goal was to have a safe space for rangatahi to engage both with each other and with a range of organisations who work across different sectors of the sort of youth system. We look to provide workshops which were aimed to both increase, employability, reliability, resilience. We had, what are we looking at here? More than 350, 400 people attend. That opened with the launch where we had 180 people in attendance with 2 performers, and we closed off the space with a band night of youth bands that had a attendance of nearly 100 with 8 different performers coming in. So really what we got here is, obviously, there's been calls both through the Utiputu Youth Vision huis that have taken place over the last few years, and one of the major things that has been raised and looked to go forward has been the instalment of a permanent youth space that is for youth, by youth, set up in the city to be able to engage in that whakawhanaukataka, and also for youth to be able to just actually create that community around them, to be able to build resilience together, because obviously, if you look at Dunedin, quite often, where do you see the young people hanging out? You've got them on George Street out in front of Macca's. That's not exactly where I think the most opportunities for growth and development can occur, especially for youth who are maybe not engaged within sports or other systems of connection like that. What we found was, in terms of how we would review the youth space, we've both had a professional, independent consultant go through it and check out the results. But our first findings was the 2-week time frame was too short. There was a lot more. It was definitely, for me, it was my first time running anything like this, and it was a lot harder than I was expecting it to be. So in the future, someone who's dedicated on the site, project manager, would be key for the viability of this space going forward. We were definitely, during the running of it, there was definitely a lot of COVID and other illnesses were causing a great impact. We really got strong response from social media. If we had, in the future, definitely to get more of a word out there, we would have had more of a dedicated campaign getting into schools. Unfortunately, with the timing of school holidays, timing of funding, we weren't able to quite do as much on that front as we could. We got people who came, we got really strong responses from them, and this was from rangatahi between the ages of 16 and 24. The majority centred around that 17 to 19 sort of age bracket. We managed to do a lot of big borrowing and stealing to get all of the equipment and people in there that we needed. There's definitely, in this city, there's some, for our rainbow community, there's really strong networks there, but they don't have a consistent space for them to all come together and connect and actually be able to have a safe space for them all to be at. We did find that we had a strong response from our Rainbow youth, and that was to be expected, in all honesty. Workshops that we ran, in the future, I don't think workshops would have to take quite as large, time frame or up as much space as they did in this current stage. So I'm from Innovate HQ, Mararangatahi. I was taken in to be one of the people running it, but we did in the background have a really strong and diverse collective of organisations who are involved in running it. In the future, we'd need to really build on those networks and continue to, push it forward. And in terms of our, recommendations, both on moving into location, the location was, as over there. I think the location on the other side of the Octagon, further into town, would probably work better, but obviously top quality spaces are difficult to come by sometimes at Dunedin. So for future ideas, our first thoughts were we'd be looking for a permanent space, and that was what our strong responses, both from people who are coming in and the stakeholders themselves, were very keen to do so. It was looking to build a supporter and connector type hub, and it was clear that hangout space with the workshops was very welcomed.
About 30 seconds.
Hey, well, that's perfect. What we'll close off with. What we look for is the best things that we got from, in terms of direct feedback, was young people really found that they built new relationships with others, they learnt new skills, and the most commonly cited benefit was a greater sense of community, spending time with their friends and building relationships with others. No of our youth that responded to the survey didn't like the space, so I think it's very obvious and clear what we need to do next, and I hope that we can get it done. Thank you. I'll open it up to questions.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, Ben, and thank you for a clear and positive presentation. I've got two questions. First one, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. In hindsight, did you find this to be worthwhile? And if so, what are some of the future possibilities?
Oh, no, definitely highly worthwhile. For me, it was a intense period of personal growth and learning. So, hey, there's a positive right there. But in terms of for the rangatahi themselves, I think we saw really strong and also, really strong response, and also some very gutted rangatahi when we came to the end of it. So, hey, I think going forward, I know that they'd all love to have it. Hopefully we can get it to happen.
Great, thank you. And second question is, as a rangatahi, what were you most proud of during the 2-week period?
Oh, well, definitely, firstly, my organisational skills that I managed to pull out of somewhere that I didn't know I had before. And secondly, just like those, there were some really beautiful moments where people really came out of their shell over the course of the 2 weeks. And I was just really proud to be a part of that and to see people coming into their own because of the work that we were putting in. Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker and then Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora, Ben. Thank you for your amazing report. And would you be able to put that in writing to Council, because you've given us a huge amount of information and a huge amount of statistics, including 100% satisfaction, which is pretty amazing. My first question was, can we get it in writing, which would be amazing. Yes. My second question was, how can the Council support this in future? We've heard for many years that we need a space for young people, and I just wonder about how you think Council can actually achieve that longer than 2 weeks.
Awesome. Well, so I do have the preliminary reports, and the full reports are just coming through over this week. So no, definitely can get that into Council so everyone can have a review personally of all of the data and everything. And in line for your second question around what I think Council can do going forward, well, obviously there was the provision of DCC, aligned space in terms of the community gallery, but also going forward, obviously, things like this do cost money in terms of finding funding for this to push forward and to raise, and especially in terms of the social good that a space like this produces. I think it would be a worthwhile investment in comparison to some other spending that councils can engage in. So, no, hey, thank you very much for your questions, and I hope that answers it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ben, for your passionate report and your commitment to this. A couple of questions. You mentioned that the trial was a little bit short, and realistically it may take some time to get a permanent home. What would be the ideal length of a further pop-up trial, if there was to be one?
So I think for a further pop-up trial to be worthwhile, it would definitely, the first thing that would have to be is to be longer running than this one was, because I definitely felt like the momentum was continuing to build as we pushed through the 2 weeks. And so even if we could get one in there for a month with, you know, more time for rangatahi to spread it through their own networks, because obviously word of mouth, even in today's age, is the most effective way to get anyone in anywhere. So, yeah, firstly, the longevity of that pop-up of that was the next step. Also, in terms of what we'd need to do is, yeah, continue to have a developing and monitoring framework to ensure that all of the learnings that we got from that pop-up space were properly put into place in what came next. And also, yeah, further community engagement and, you know, strong leadership and push forward from both within this chamber and outside as well.
Thank you, Ben, and again, thank you for your efforts.
Hey, thank you very much.
And thank you from me also. The reports, will they include recommendations?
Yes.
Grant, we look forward to reading those. Thank you.
I think I alluded to most of them, but I hope that was not too enjoyable enough for everyone. And hey, best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw. Got Mr. Shaw, the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Yeah, it's not Mr. Shaw, it's Chris Thompson. I'm here representing Keith Shaw and a group of concerned ratepayers, farmers from the Dunedin Strathtorey area are concerned about the concern and opposition to the proposed Three Waters Plan. Generations of ratepayers in the DCC area have bought and paid for infrastructure regarding the water supply, stormwater and wastewater, many hundreds of millions of dollars. For now, the government is planning to remove this from our hands. It is asset stripping and theft with very little compensation in return. Where does this leave the DCC financially with massively reduced asset base, the debt to equity ratio? I have no doubt that our water infrastructure has been underfunded and is not in a sound state. This is due to many years of council incompetence and neglect. You have forgotten what your priorities are and core responsibilities are. Instead, have made a series of poor investments and spent money in areas of no use or betterment to the community, especially areas that pander to the green lobbyists. The planned ownership governments of the Three Waters is going to be a 50% central government, 50% Ngāi Tahu. This is going down a very rocky road which ultimately leads to and is based on racism. Again, this infrastructure was all ours, bought and paid for by the ratepayers, regardless of race or skin colour. Why are iwi in government, who hardly has a good track record, being given control of our water? Communities have not been well enough consulted over the proposed confiscation of ratepayers' funded infrastructure and services. How much are we going to end up paying for these services? How long before our water is metered and charged for? Just like the air we breathe, it is a God-given right, and we refuse to pay for it. If you think our services were better provided by some large-bloated bureaucracy not based here, you are dreaming. We will end up being a cash cow for government in Ngāi Tahu, and how long before these assets are sold on? This is not just an issue for urban water users, is it a national issue for all water users? Three Waters will have huge implications for all industry, agriculture, horticulture. Irrigation and private water schemes will have costs attached. Water will be metered and charged for. Water supplies, spring water, well water, etc. for domestic use will be watered, and in instances where houses, public have use or access to this water, it will be required to be treated. All of this extra cost is passed on to the people and businesses that cannot afford it. The government has no mandate to implement Three Waters, as it was not put forward as a policy prior to the general election, and you, as our council representatives, have no right to mandate to do the government's dirty work and follow through with the Three Waters plan. The debt that will be generated will create a huge burden for future generations. Remember, you are there to represent us. The co-governance arrangements are discriminatory and anti-democratic. Do you want to be the council remembered for giving away hundreds of millions of dollars of our assets to the detriment of future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. You've made your views very clear, and that is helpful in terms of the discussion. I'll remind colleagues that this isn't an opportunity for us to be in conversation with submitters, but if people have questions around the presentation, they're welcome to ask them. Councillor Vanders.
Hello. Chair. You've said just now, sir, that there are hundreds of millions of dollars involved in our Three Waters system. Are you aware that it's closer to $3 billion? That's 3,000 million?
I was aware that it was a large figure. I didn't realise it was quite that large. I was talking about the DCC area.
That's what I'm talking about as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's even scarier, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Mr. Thompson, can you tell me, have you read all of the water reform paperwork?
I've tried to read it. To be honest, I get a bit lost by it because most of it seems to regard governance with not a lot of detail about how it's going to affect your average ratepayer.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, Mr. Thompson, I just wanted to touch on something that you mentioned when you sort of put revenue and Ngāi Tahu together. And I just want to be sure, are you clear that the regional representation group, which is where the iwi representation sits, is in the Water Services Bill not able to generate income for itself, and that there is no income relationship generation between Māori whenua representation on the regional representation group?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just very sceptical about anything I read regarding a lot of that, really.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Ms. Vintner. Welcome. Next 5 minutes are all yours.
Thank you.
You don't have to stand. You're welcome to, but you don't have to. You don't have to stand. You're welcome to, but you don't have to.
I'm too short to sit. I'm not going to be seen. Morning, everybody, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm also going to be speaking to the Water Services and Entities Bill, having passed its first reading on June the 9th, 2022, and now looking for submissions before July 22. I'll be starting by asking, why did the councillors of this city jump onto the puppet strings of the New Zealand government to their tune and feel that it was appropriate to sign over our rights to the infrastructure and standard of water that our forebears set up and we've paid for over the years? Yes, there are some small councils around the city, around the country, who are struggling to maintain good water systems. As I understand it, Dunedin is not one of them. There are three issues I see from my point of view as a ratepayer. Instead of telling us that the 4 entities are going to make everything better when our local system doesn't actually need fixing, how about just giving council some extra money and leave the decisions about our infrastructure in the hands of the locals who know what we in our area need? Looking at the finances of the issue, I'm sure our local council is not going to lower our rates so that when we have the money to pay for the new water taxes that will go to the big hole in Wellington, I'm sure the local government need all our rates to help Peter to pay Paul. Not having the water dollars is going to leave them less to play around with. So our payment to this entity number 4 for us in the South Island, I can see will be over and above what we're paying now. Enough is enough. This government has got to stop thinking it's in control of everything in this country. That is why we have a local government. Let's see you stand up for our rights. I, for one, do not want to take this step into another government overreach. My second point is about trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship in this planet. When we have a history in this country of promises being broken left, right and centre from both local and national government, our bullshit antennae work overtime. I'm afraid my bullshit antennae are speaking up loud and clear around this proposition. This government has not listened to one word of consultation they say they've had, and often it is after the decision has been made already, obviously. I understand that this system was to be voluntary until Minister Mahuta could see that it wasn't going the way she had planned. I'm disappointed that so many of our councillors have taken this path, signing away some more of our freedoms. So my bullshit antennae...
I'd ask you to be a bit more mindful of your language.
Of that word. Okay,
thank
that's
you.
the last time I think I'm going to use it.
Sure is.
They've lumped councillors who have voted for this 3 water system into my non-trust bucket. Those who did that did not have our best interests at heart, the interests of those of us who vote and pay to have you represent us. Or had you conveniently forgotten that? I fear your interests are about the collective, who have powerful voices of persuasion. Because of that, I wouldn't want to trust my vote with any of you who are for this system later in the year. And lastly, we are told our council will have shares, the numbers of which will be according to the number of rated bodies. What is to stop the council selling those in the future? My trust barometer is up again. I do not believe that the money will not talk when some unscrupulous outfit comes along and can see that they can make a fast buck out of the poor ratepayers and householders yet again. When are you councillors going to stand up and speak out about the constant need of this government to asset grab what the grassroots people of New Zealand have built up over the years? In my mind, now would be a great time to get a backbone like the Timaru Mayor and his council. Good on him. We need more of that in Dunedin. Thank you.
Are you happy to take questions? Are you happy to take questions? I have a couple. When you say that our decisions have been made in the interests of the collective as a pejorative, what do you mean?
I'm just meaning by the government persuasion and directives.
Okay. And what exactly is the decision that council has taken that you're referring to in support of the reform program?
In terms of, how do you mean?
Well, you've been talking about council being in support of the reform program. What is the decision that we have?
The 3 waters.
Yeah. Which decision have we made that would indicate support for it?
The vote that you all had at the last that took us forward.
Which one?
Second vote that you all had.
Oh, so you're basing it on a decision to not be a member of a particular advocacy group, as opposed to our submissions that we've made that have consistently been in opposition to the government's reform program. That's fine. Are there further questions? Councillor Elder.
In our communication about the Three Waters on our DCC website, there are a number of stages that are on there, but also a number of letters that we have written. Have you read the letter we sent to the Three Waters reform people?
No, I haven't.
Did you realise that we asked for a reset in that letter?
I missed that letter.
Did you realise we asked for a reset in that letter?
No, because I haven't read it.
It would be preferable if the questions could be more than rhetorical at this point. Do you have further questions?
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
Well, yeah, my questions are similar, but thank you, Your Worship. My question is, are you aware that many of us have opposed Three Waters here?
Yes, I
and
am.
Are you aware that the council, that the government is actually mandating this, so it's not our choice?
I'm aware that that's where they've gone to now.
Yes.
But there are other avenues for you that you could take.
Are you also aware that the government has listed in its bill that it can veto any of our decisions that we make as a council if they don't think, if the government does not think that it's going to be favourable for Three Waters?
I'm very aware of that overreach, and I'm just really coming forward to try and encourage constant,
Thank you. I'd encourage councillors to ask questions of the presentation rather than open-ended and rhetorical ones.
What do you suggest we do then?
Well, continue more people just making it obvious that that's what we're wanting, and because what I've heard has not been from, I've got an impression that it's really only half of you that are in behind all this. Yeah.
Councillor Reddick.
Are you aware of the portal to be able to make a submission on the water?
Councillor, can you ask questions of the presentation rather than statements with a question mark at the end?
Submission to you or to the government?
Yeah, you're going to make a submission to the Water Services Entity Bill?
Definitely will be making a submission to the government.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Councillor Vandervers.
Check. On the issue of council support or otherwise for Three Waters, did you see the Zoom meeting that council had in which the mayor presented his first letter that he wanted council to sign off and send to MP Mahuta, which claimed broad council support for MP Mahuta's Three Waters?
Oh, I haven't
Point
seen
of order,
that. That's
Your
a good thing
Worship.
to do.
It's the use of respectful language in the chamber, and Minister Mahuta's title.
I would also prefer councillors to show a degree of respect for their colleagues, but I don't think anything is going to be forthcoming in this instance. The councillor also knows that the standard practice when council is drafting submissions to government legislation is that they are written by staff and prepared to be signed off by the elected body when they are submitted, as opposed to making it seem at this point like it was drafted by elected members and brought forward for discussion. And no matter how many times that point is made, it doesn't appear to sink in either. Do you have any questions of the presentation that has been made by Ms. Vintner?
Yes, I do. And the question relates specifically to the presenter's understanding of your position in signing off the letter to MP Mahuta,
Councillor, this isn't going any further.
in which you claimed broad council support, and when the questions became too difficult for you, Your Worship, you pulled the plug on the whole Zoom meeting. That is a statement of fact, which I think should be made public.
Which isn't particularly a question of the presenter, is it, Councillor?
No, but it does fly in the face of what you claimed just now.
Thank you. I'm going to move that we extend the length of the public forum, perhaps against better judgment, seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Right. Those against? That is agreed. If you could mute your coughs, they'll be helpful. Mr. McCall. Welcome, sir. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Mr Mayor, good morning, councillors.
I want to move that closer to you. Yeah.
I'm Hamish McCall. I'm a St Clair resident. I live on Victoria Road on the sand dune, and the beach is over the back from my house. I have dogs and I walk that beach every day. I observe and I'm acutely aware of the constant change of sand levels, shapes and formations. I'm also heavily involved with the St Clair Surf Lifesaving Club, where I'm the junior coordinator. We host 50 to 80 kids from all over the city every Sunday morning through the summer months. St Clair Beach is currently in terrible condition. The early winter storms have caused more irreversible damage to the dune. When I use the word irreversible, I use it as a fact. The major storm event in 2014 that destroyed the coastal pathway and an alarming amount of the dune faced caused erosion right to the top of the dune, and the shape at the top is today exactly the same as it was the day after the event. Yes, thanks to the sand sausages, there is more sand at the bottom, and there is now some vegetation, but the damage is still there. The sausages, as a temporary measure, have prevented further erosion in that area only, but just like the wall, they send the problem down the beach. As soon as that wave energy hits an unprotected area, damage occurs. Walls and sand sausages are clearly not the solution and are actually the root of the problem. The beach in this condition threatens the great Kiwi day at the beach. Whether it's walking, swimming or just playing, it's a healthy outdoor activity and it's free. There should be no barrier to entry. Unfortunately now that is not the case due to the lack of safe access. As a beach user and a representative of a lot of other beach users, the fundamental concept of raising the level of the sand and creating a steeper beach that dissipates wave energy is a very desirable outcome. In the 15 or so minutes that I'm on the beach in the mornings, I would normally see around 20 other people walking and exercising their dogs. This week it's been me, a sea lion, 1 or 2 other people, and a photographer with a tripod capturing the last of the famous St Clair poles. In its current state, it would be difficult to safely run a junior surf program where we train our future lifeguards. The concrete ramp has been displaced by the surf, so walking access is dangerous, and it's impossible to bring an IRB onto the beach for safety and rescue operations. Our club IRBs are often called out to perform rescues all along our coastline, and currently this service is offline as there is no viable beach access. Doing nothing is not an option. We can't just leave it and let nature take its course. We have seriously altered the natural environment with the construction of the sea wall, and the placement of the sand sausages is just an extension of this. Both of these structures are negatively impacting the state of the beach, causing massive amounts of sand to be scoured away during winter storms. The proposal to reinstate the wooden groin structure to raise sand levels appears to be a very solid solution backed by historical evidence. The fact that it is a relatively inexpensive option and reversible mean that to me there is no obvious downside. The installation of a camera to measure the results and a regular maintenance regime to ensure consistent performance will give us empirical data so we can be certain that this is the right option to be repeated further down our beach. I would suggest that for all beach users, higher sand levels are a good thing. I cannot see why anyone would have a problem with this. Removing the seawall in the short term is not an option, so we need to do what we can right now to mitigate the negative effects we have caused. I believe that this affordable and easily reversible experiment should be implemented immediately to prevent further damage until a long-term solution can be found. The Council needs to step up and provide the kaitiakitanga necessary to protect one of its greatest natural assets. St Clair without a beach is like the North East Valley without a valley, or Murray Hill without a hill. This is one of New Zealand's finest city beaches. When St Clair is in good condition, with good access and plenty of sand, it's a stunning and magical place and needs to be preserved for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is that access to the beach has been restored yesterday and today, which doesn't address, I appreciate all of your concerns, but it just might be useful. You can, briefly, I'm nervous about this becoming a discussion. I just thought that might be useful.
Okay, I was just going to point out there's lots of heavy equipment preparing to restore access, so I don't think it's complete.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor O'Malley.
Quick question on a fairly common statement is that sand goes off during winter and comes back in summer. Having been a resident there, what's your opinion on the amount that comes back compared to the amount that leaves?
Yeah, it does come back. So during the southerly storm events, a lot of sand moves very quickly. And then when the easterlies come, the sand comes back more slowly. It does raise the level of the sand like up to the sausages and along the flat part of the beach, but it doesn't restore the damage that's created by the big storms because they attack the bottom of the dunes and the sand all slides down. That area does not get restored when the sand flows back.
Councillor Vandermist.
Are you aware of the soft beach technology that's used in quite a lot of other countries where alternatively you can have soft air-filled sand sausages that take the energy out of the wave and make the wave drop the sand at that point, or where you have a curved wall which turns the wave back on itself and again uses its energy against itself and then drops the sand. Are you aware of both of those?
I don't know about the soft option you've just explained, but in terms of the shape of a wall, a vertical wall facing the South Pacific Ocean is a terrible idea. It doesn't dissipate any energy, but something that's angled would be a better solution. But also what the groin will hopefully do is raise the beach on an angle like that, so as the waves come up, the more uphill they go, the less energy they have, and by the time those little frothy feathers come to your feet, there's no energy there at all. So as that beach raises up, the waves just push up and come back gently as well and don't scour out.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. Were you did you feed into the consultation that formed the St Kilda St Clair Coastal Plan?
Actually, I didn't. I sort of wanted to, but I never did. But I sort of trusted the people that would do a good job. But I have read the report.
So, second question: you've read the report?
Yes.
So did you read the part that talked about groins and said that a singular groin won't work, but multiple groins would be needed? Have you read that part of the report?
I must admit I didn't read right to the end. I haven't read everything. I've read the objectives of it, which seem to align with my personal objectives. I think probably a single groin just to see how it would work as an experiment is quite a good idea, rather than putting 5 or 6 in and then because there's a lot of opinions. I think one groin will produce some data for us.
Sorry, just follow-up question. Are you an expert in?
No, I'm just a regular beach user.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McCall, for your presentation. Appreciate your time. We will move on to the meeting proper. Apologies have been received from Councillor Hall. I'll move that they be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. I'll move that that Council confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 4, declarations of interest. Are there any amendments to be made to the interests register? Being none, I'll move that Council notes the elected members' interest register, confirms the proposed management plan and notes the interest register for the executive leadership team. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Confirmation of minutes is item 5. I'll move that the Council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 31st of May 2022 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 6, minutes of community boards. Waikawati Coast Community Board, Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I move that the Council notes the minutes of the Waikawati Coastal Community Board meeting held on the 23rd of March 2022.
Seconded, Councillor Wiley. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 7, the Otago Peninsula Community Board, Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the Otago Peninsula Community Board held on the 24th of March 2022 is correct. And also, that's it, sorry, thank you.
Is there a second? A second, Councillor Elder. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 8, Strathtyre Community Board, Councillor Lord. Seconded, Councillor Raddick. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 9, Mosgiel Taieri Community Board, Councillor Houlihan.
I'd like Council to note the minutes of the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board meeting held on 30th of March 2022.
There's a second, Councillor Barker. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 10, West Harbour Community Board, Councillor Walker.
I'd like to move that the Council notes the minutes of the West Harbour Community Board meeting held on 31st March 2022.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Barker. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 11, the Saddle Hill Community Board, Councillor Raddick.
I move that the Council notes the minutes of the Saddle Hill Community Board meeting held on the 31st of March 2022.
Seconded, Councillor Elder. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. We move to reports. Item 12, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Nothing from you, Ms Graham? No questions. I'll move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 13, the forward work programme, which you'll find in your supplementary agenda on page 4, and there'll be a bit of this, and I'll try and remember to mention that at the beginning of each item. While you find it, Councillor Barker has a question to buy you some time.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to ask a question around page 9 on the review of the strategic framework. And obviously we have 8 current strategies, and I wonder, I guess this is a question for the CEO, what's the process for implementing and reporting on our current 8 strategies?
At the moment, with the review program, we are not reporting back on them other than through the measures that are in the annual report.
So in a number of strategies, there's supposed to be annual hui and reports, which were promised Aratoi, Te Aotearoa, etc. So I just wonder, I know that we're in a strategic process, but that's obviously going to take a very long time. So how are we going to report on those strategies in the meantime and make sure that those hui and reports are happening?
It's unlikely that those hui will happen in the meantime, and I'm just looking to Ms Wikaira, but I don't think the refresh is going to take an extremely long time. The program is relatively tight given the scope of the work, and will be in time for next year's the next long-term plan. And so the respective activity reports are reporting on the elements of the strategy that relate to the current standing committees, but other than that, I don't believe there are plans to hold the hui, for example, that you're referencing in the meantime, given the other work that's happening and the other discussions that are happening with those communities.
My second question relates to the remuneration for outside representatives, and this was in our last forward work program, and subsequent to that there was one of the reports where we discussed this and intimated that it might be useful to keep on, but I see that it's fallen off. Is there an opportunity to put that back on the forward work program?
The budget, as presented today in the annual plan, includes money for remuneration of external parties, and we will work through how that might be done on a case-by-case basis rather than implementing a policy, because it is such a diverse area depending on if the folk are already funded to attend. And so rather than create a policy, we've provided budget and we'll look at how we do that on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Worship. A question for the CEO. I just wondered on page 9 what the timing of the videos regarding the annual plan decisions. Do we have any idea of timing on that?
Ideally, if council, or when council adopt their decisions from May, today we will release the videos tomorrow.
I'll move that council note the updated council forward work programme. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 14, adoption of the annual plan 2022-23, which is on page 15 of your supplementary agenda. Mr. Logie, welcome. Graham is moving. Well, not in that sense. Thank you. And anything by way of introduction?
No, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. And I'll ask the question I think I ask every year. What would the implications be of us not adopting the recommendations as set out in the agenda?
We wouldn't have an approved budget from the 1st of July.
Alright.
Yep.
Which means we wouldn't be able to strike rates for the coming financial year.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. In the May report on the annual plan, it said that depreciation increased by 9 million. However, more work is needed to finalise the depreciation budget, and I don't see any update on the depreciation budget in this paper, so when might that happen?
So we've done some work on the depreciation and are satisfied that the value in the annual plan is where it needs to be.
That's great, thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Just looking on page 33, the gain on property, plant and equipment valuations has gone up quite a bit. Is that just an increase in the valuation of our buildings, or do we have particular equipment that increases in value?
So it's an estimate of the increase in the valuation for the infrastructure assets. So that's Three Waters and the roading assets.
And so, but we depreciate them in the same breath.
Yep. So every year we do a revaluation of both groups of infrastructure assets. Yes, we do depreciate them on an annual basis, but we also reinstate the cost to take into account any increase in costs for replacement.
We don't have any indication about whether that will factor into government's calculation for their expected Three Waters proposition.
Again, I can't comment on the Three Waters and where that's going to go.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 28, item 3, it says personnel costs are higher than provided for in the 10-year plan, and then it says we're also planning to reduce our reliance on contractors and consultants to enable more efficient project delivery. I've heard those same almost identical statements many times now in the last 6 years at least, probably more.
Councillor, what's the question?
And the question is, in the last 6 years, where staff costs have continued to rise, has there been any year in which consultant costs have actually gone down?
I don't have that information in front of me, but you have to weigh up how much is also being delivered. But we are spending more on staff in this budget and less on consultants than we had in the previous year, and also delivering more.
So you're saying that this year we will have a lower consultant cost?
Yes.
Thank you. Going on to page 29, it says that the recent increase in the official cash rate is 75 basis points, affecting interest rates, taking them from 2.85 to 3.6%, has been factored into the figures that we have in this report. Have those same significantly increased interest costs been factored into the reports from our companies?
They have.
So all of the numbers that we have in front of us are actually looking at a 3.6% interest rate rather than the 2.85.
That's the indicated interest rate from the Treasury Company for next financial year.
Thank you. If we go now to page 35, under dividend received, the annual plan, 10-year plan budget was for a $1.2 million dividend, which I understand is simply interest on the monies that we forwarded to councils a long time ago. Is that correct?
So the 10-year plan budget is the dividends received from the Waipori Fund investments.
Okay, and for the annual plan budget this year, it's gone up by 5.5 million. Is that a dividend now coming from DCHL?
Correct, as discussed in the papers.
The 5.5 million that's coming from DCHL and presented as a dividend, has there been any increase in borrowing by the DCHL companies in order to provide that dividend?
So that dividend is coming from a capital restructure in city forests, which you'll see when you get to the statement of intents for the group companies.
I've seen the city forests dividend, and I've also seen that city forests debt is going from 16 million to something like 32. I haven't got the figures right in front of me, but anyway, a very significant increase in debt, far more in fact than the 5 million dividend that we're getting. So again, I'm asking, is the 5.5 million dividend that the companies are supposedly providing to us made possible essentially by a very significant increase in debt?
Again, I'm not privy to the operations of the detailed operations of the group companies. However, we've been informed, and you'll see it in the statement of intent, that there is a $5.5 million dividend coming through DCHL as a result of capital restructuring and activities within particularly city forests.
Thank you. Going down a few lines, we've got an interesting line here. First of all, sale of assets. We've got a $3 million sale of assets in the annual plan budget for last year, not this year. Can you remind me what that $3 million was for?
So that was the Dowling Street car park.
Thank you. That explains that one. Increase in investments, just a little bit further down. We've got a bracketed 2.55 million. Is this the purchase of shares that I was able to winkle out of the last meeting we had on the subject, where we've purchased shares in our own stadium that we already have 100% ownership of the shares of?
This is an equity injection into Dunedin City Holdings as canvassed in the 10-year plan.
Right, so we have basically given a $2.55 million equity injection into DCHL. So we've given them 2.55 in this way. DCHL have significantly increased city forest borrowings, and in return we've got a claimed $5.5 million dividend. Do I understand that correctly?
It's unclear what the question is, Councillor.
The question is, the dividend that we've got, is it predicated on us giving DCHL 2.55 million first and on City Forests raising $10 million worth of debt?
No, it's not, Councillor.
So let me put the question another way, if we weren't to give DCHL this $2.5 million injection. And if City Forests weren't to borrow all that extra money, would DCHL then be able to pay us the 5.5 dividend?
Again, that would be a question for DCHL. The $5.5 million is set up in their statement of intent for next financial year.
Right, okay. Moving on. Further on down, we have loans repaid.
Councillor, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly to ask, to what degree are the papers that we have before us at this meeting different from those that were signed off at the deliberations meeting in May?
So other than the changes that are discussed in the cover report, which relate to the landfill, some personnel cost changes and the electricity, the rest of it is fundamentally the same, other than we've rolled the balance sheet forward following a reforecast of the balance sheet for the end of this financial year.
That's helpful. Councillor.
I take your point, Your Worship, that this is largely a rubber stamp exercise, but nevertheless there's a lot of information here which I think needs some clarification. The clarification I'm looking for, still on page 35, loans repaid. There's a number of blanks there. What concerns me a little bit is the blank under the 10-year plan budget. Does this mean that we don't intend to repay any loans at all in the next 10 years?
So again, this is an annual plan budget, and in the years that are talked about in this annual plan budget, the debt is being increased as a result of the capital spend.
It is an annual plan budget, but it does actually have a line that says 10-year plan budget. And under 10-year plan budget, there seems to be no indication of any loans to be repaid. Does that mean that there's no intention for the next 10 years to repay any of this debt?
So we're clear, that 10-year plan budget is for the financial year 22-23 as a comparison for the annual plan budget for the same period.
All right, so you're just saying that, that it may be that we do end up repaying some loans in the future, but just not this year or next year?
Yes, this budget is purely around this next financial year.
Okay, thank you for that. If we go now to page 38, governance and support services. There seems to be a significant increase, about $5 million for 22-23. Could you clarify what that might be about? From 1.5 to 6.6 million.
I think it's the other way, Councillor. It goes down.
Ah, well, can we have a clarification of that then? I've got my dates back to front. How is it that we go from 6.6 million as a government support services budget down to 1.5?
So part of that will be potentially generated by that dividend that we've previously discussed.
So that dividend is applied to governance and support services?
It sits in the corporate group, which is the everything else other than the items above.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a revelation. Have there been, moving on to development contributions, page 39, have there been any serious challenges to development contributions that might affect what we expect to get in the next year?
What do you mean by a serious challenge? Do you mean
That
applications?
is to say, people who have been charged development contributions, challenging them legally in court or trying to make a submission that they are inappropriate somehow?
Not that I'm aware of in the last or the current financial year.
Right, so there's no real problem in terms of expectation of those development contributions. If I could let someone else perhaps ask some questions for a little while and then get on with my own when I've tabled the rest of them.
Very, very generous. Councillor Elder.
My question's related to inflation, and I was just wondering, the cost of doing normal has gone up, and just how much of the cost of doing normal is actually factored into this?
And by the cost of doing normal?
Well, the cost of doing normal has increased, like the cost of basically doing roading infrastructure or whatever. The cost of that has increased because, in fact, materials cost more and things like that. So the inflationary pressure on what we are doing, you know, our capital costs and our costs across the board.
So again, in developing the budgets, we've taken our best guess at what that impact might be. You'll notice there's a couple of items that we've added subsequent to the May meeting, which is a reflection of some of those pressures, particularly in the energy space. But again, it's a forecast based on assumptions at a point in time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr Logie, I guess when we covered this at the annual plan hearings and to sign off then, but just for clarification for those that may be following this meeting, when we look at the 6.5 rate increase, does that equate to 11.7 million additional income, rate income?
Something in that realm, yes.
So, and
it's consistent. It's not inconsistent with the 10-year plan.
Correct, but I guess for some people, in listening or reading about the rates increases, the additional income we receive would be that 11.7 million, and then the big change is really around signing off this annual plan is really around. Investing in infrastructure and really looking towards the growth of the city. Would that be a fair assessment?
The capital program, investing in infrastructure, and the increased rates don't necessarily correlate in that way.
I understand.
So the capital program and the annual plan in front of you is about investing in new infrastructure, but mostly about renewing existing infrastructure.
And essentially, what I'm sort of leading towards and heading towards in debate is that actually this is very much, as I read...
You'll have plenty of opportunity in debate to make these points, Councillor.
Yes. I'm just getting clarity for this factor, is the fact that actually a lot of this additional spend that has been increased into this annual plan has been around the upgrade of infrastructure and new infrastructure for the growth of the city.
The capital program certainly is around that, and then there are operational costs that are required to support that increased capital program.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is around process and its clarification because of questions or comments that have been made around the table already. So we have the hearings, we have the deliberations, and then there's a delay between the deliberations and what we agree on there and today. Could you describe what happens between that time and today?
So what we do is we obviously take into account any decisions that are made at deliberations and build those into the budget. We obviously, again, as I reiterate, we reforecast the balance sheet for the end of this year based on where we're at. So obviously when we do deliberations, it's based on a March balance sheet. We've now been able to base the final balance sheet based on the May position. And then we look, there's a couple of things that came to our attention, particularly in the energy space, where the all-of-government pricing came through for our energy contract, came through last week. So again, we were able to anticipate the impact of that and build that into the budget.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Probably a question for the CEO around the engagement that took place in April, and I know it was very much this year dictated by COVID. The move to more online and the use of video, I'm just keen to know if that went well and if it's something we'll likely use in the future.
We had a large number of views of our online material, and so it seemed to resonate with or parts of the community at least, and we'll certainly look to continue using things like that. I think we need to get better at assessing the impact it's had on the people who viewed it and whether it worked for them, but we're working in that space at the moment.
And second, when will this go to print into the plan itself in terms of being able to make changes? It's just the paid into me is about to come out.
What, sorry?
What is the capacity for minor editorial changes before the document is printed, before we have those discussions at this forum?
It's a very simple one.
And I don't want to canvass them here, but...
You mean, what window do we have to make minor editorial changes?
Patience.
Yeah, we can make them, depending what they are, for today, tomorrow, but we can...
It's covered off in Part B of the recommendations. Don't panic. The pedants unite. Further... Yeah, I've got you, Councillor. Just checking with people who haven't asked any. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, on page 40, it's just a couple of things there on subsidies and grants that I was curious about. Firstly, the bottom line, other grants. There's an extra 6 million coming in from where?
So that's an allowance for some of the Three Waters reform money.
Oh, yes. Good. And then similarly in the transport, because new capital roading subsidies, there's a bit extra there, another 3 million.
So again, that's a reflection of our increased capacity of doing stuff. Some of it will be the cycleways money that the council's brought forward.
So just by increasing our capacity to do stuff, the government subsidy goes up accordingly.
So long as the funding is available from NZTA. So, but certainly in the cycleways, as we've increased the spend in that, we've made sure that the funding is going to come with us.
And so just a curiosity question to go with that. So do we typically know in advance if there's funding available, or do we find out after we've asked?
Depends.
It's very dependent.
That's right, thank you.
Right. It's consistent with their spend.
But in general, there's a reasonably consistent funding formula for Waka Kotahi to subsidise projects that they have agreed that we have, that we are going to implement. That's how our transport network is largely funded.
The timing, though, is sometimes challenging.
Well, quite.
Yeah, but we have staff work really closely with their Waka Kotahi colleagues, and we try and line things up as best as we can, applying the agreed rates to the respective projects.
And is it true that the activities for which funding is more readily available does change from year to year or time to time?
Waka Kotahi's investment decisions, in theory, are governed by the government policy statement on transport, which is reviewed on a 3-yearly basis. That is their overarching governance direction. Where were we, Councillor Van Evers?
Page 43, audit costs. I thought they were horrendous, 200,000 last year, gone up to $218,000. We're getting near $250,000 for our annual audit. Have you looked at an alternative supplier to Audit New Zealand? And how do our audit costs compare? I mean, do all councils pay these exceedingly high costs?
The audit is a professional service that we get. The Act, is it the Local Government Act? Requires
us to be audited.
Yep, requires us to be audited, and if we were to move away from the Office of the Auditor General, we would need approval to do that from the office, from Audit New Zealand. What I would say is we are of a size where it's and none of the other major metros use any other auditors, because we are so big and use a lot of the accounting firms for different work, that they don't want to be our auditor because then they couldn't work for us.
Right, so we're in a almost monopoly situation then, where we sort of have to use Audit New Zealand.
It's not a monopoly. I don't think that's a fair characterisation, but that is the expectation within the sector, that unless you get dispensation, you use Audit New Zealand.
Right, so there's no real viable alternative to Audit New Zealand. Are Audit New Zealand a private for-profit company?
So the Audit New Zealand is a branch of the Office of the Auditor General.
Right, so it's a government department that's forced itself on us.
Again,
Okay, thank you.
they are our auditors.
Going down to financial expenses underneath that on the same page, it talks about quite sizable amounts of interest paid to subsidiaries. Which subsidiaries are we talking about here?
So just remind councillors that we borrow our money from Dunedin City Treasury, which is a subsidiary of DCHR, which is ultimately a subsidiary of DCC.
So it's simply an internal accounting
It's
pigeonhole.
really clear. We pay Dunedin City Treasury for the interest costs because they borrow on our behalf, and then we borrow off them.
Right, so that simply tracks our interest costs via the subsidiaries. Okay, thank you for that. Going to page 53, there is a less internal management for investment properties. It appears to be parking management here. Can you explain why we've got these less internal management fees and salaries of almost half the value of the return on the car park buildings?
This characterisation of the investment properties just to show the operations of the investment properties. So the headline number, the 4.4 million, is the gross profit from the operation, and then what we do is we have to then just allocate internal salaries because we have staff that are involved in running that portfolio. So that's the cost for those staff to run the portfolio.
So it isn't the cost of the staff that are running the car park buildings?
No, it's the cost of the staff that run the investment property portfolio.
Right, so the cost of running the car park buildings, most of them are run by Wilson's for us, is that the case?
No, we have a mixture. So we have our own parking technicians. But this has got nothing to do with parking, councillor. The internal management fees and salaries relate to the internal costs that we attribute to the running of the investment property portfolio. There is a line in that same statement that says the internal rental for car park buildings.
Yeah, that was the one I was
so that's the difference. So what that is that we charge, that's the income that the investment property portfolio charged to the parking operations for the use of their buildings. So 414 Moray Place, for example, is a investment property. We do an internal charge to say that is now charged to the parking operations, which then, it's a lease, internal lease.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, much obliged. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Would you say that Audit New Zealand give the highest amount of transparency, are perceived to be very high with transparency, with, sort of when the bar goes, you're up there, it's a higher bar perhaps we're setting? Would you say that's fair to say or not?
I would say that all auditors who are engaged by local authorities provide professional, transparent audits of the authorities.
And Audit New Zealand wouldn't be perceived to be better than any of those?
I think auditors of local authorities are all of a standard that you would expect for a public institution.
Could you tell me, out of the 445 million, there's been obviously some discussion around that being quite high. Do you have any concerns about that debt level?
Councillor, I don't think that's necessarily a question of staff, given that the debt levels have been set by council during the 10-year plan. But
so
some clarification as to how much debt may be drawn down in the next financial year may be useful at this point.
Maximum of 105.
So if councillors want to go to the key statement is the cash flow statement, which is on page 35. So that shows that the loans that we're looking at drawing down next year are 106 million.
Close. 105 was close.
It was close. That takes us to 440 million, which is in the balance sheet on the previous page. We have just put a contingency in there to bring it up to 445. That's purely just to allow us some wriggle room, because at the end of the year, depending on when receipts come in versus bills going out, it can just fluctuate to that extent.
So out of the 445 million, what percentage of that is infrastructure?
Right, Councillor, that's our total. That's council's total debt position.
And we need to be clear, we already carry, well, at the end of this year, about $334 million. So we already have that amount of debt on the books. This is, and that's where it was just, the article was slightly misleading, I thought, how it was portrayed today in the paper. We are drawing down an additional amount up to a maximum of 445 to give effect to the decisions that council made as part of the capital program, of which there's about $190 million of capital work, 85 million, give or take, is funded by depreciation. The remaining portion of the work has to be funded through debt.
So out of that 445 million, how much of that debt is Three Waters debt?
Three Waters, so Three Waters is about a third.
Right. And what assurances have we had from the government that we will get that money, that debt back?
In the next financial year?
Yes.
We know that at this stage, the debt associated that we've currently spent on Three Waters assets, we will get back, and we're working through the process for things that have been identified in the long-term plan. Staff are having discussions at the minute with DIA.
Is it looking clear that we will get that money back, or is there some uncertainty around that?
It's getting clearer all the time.
Right. Lovely, thank you.
Councillor Vanivers.
Thank you. The Chief Executive answered my question. Thank you.
Councillor Lord is prepared to move the recommendations. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Only at this stage, all I'd like to say is we've made these decisions. We've had budget meetings. We've had consulted with our community, and this is the budget for the next 12 months. So it's a 1-year budget, and the numbers lie where they lie. But the one thing I would clearly add is that our community often tell us that they don't like potholes in roads, they don't like the state of our playing fields, they don't like the state of our parks, they don't like the fact that our museums are the way they are. So this is a effort to the capital spending program, which this year I think so far we'll see in the report in item 20 that so far this year we've spent over $120 million on capital works. The coming year, as the Chief has just said, we're aiming to get close to $190 million. These are unprecedented spending for this council on the types of investments we spend in roading, water, buildings, getting things like this building up to scratch, and all the scaffolding we see is an indication of money being spent. And I think that I would hope that everyone can support this now in view of the fact that we've all had the debates already on all these programs. The next one's going to be rates. The rates bill is going to be 6.5%, and I think that's just a reality that we not necessarily say we enjoy or like, but if you want to get work done, if you want to see an improvement in our city, we need to spend that money. And on that, I just had another situation of a person saying to me in the weekend how cool Dunedin is looking and how special it is. So while we might sit here and complain about the individual pothole in our street or the individual bit of tree that doesn't look quite pruned or the individual weed, that's not the common perception that people around the country when they come to Dunedin are seeing. They're seeing improvements, they're seeing vibrancy and a whole lot of things that make them think, wow. So I just hope that everyone will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll follow on a similar tone to Councillor Lord. I think the key thing for me here is the $190 million in capital work. And when I think about how that will benefit across the city, it's first off, we do need to do this work. It's not a case of putting it off. They are major infrastructure projects which will have big benefits for our city going forward, especially long term. And you know what? The one thing we know about Dunedin, and this is where leadership comes in, we're growing. And I think we need to basically communicate to anybody looking at Dunedin as a place to come and live and work and retire or raise a family, is actually we are getting on and doing these projects, because if we keep deferring or not spending the money, then that's going to really cause us a lot further headaches down the road. The other part is, as I look at some of these major infrastructure works being done, they're being done by local Dunedin companies. And that creates further employment. And that also creates money flowing around the city. And there's a lot of good benefits on that basis. So I'm happy to support this. You know, we can all say we would like to see something taken out of it. But you know what, that debate was supposed to be had back in May. So I'm happy to support what we've got in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll just echo that I'm also happy to support this, but I also want to thank our staff, actually, in the context of COVID uncertainty, for the comprehensive social media and excellent video communications that were all part of the engagement this year. And I'm certainly, and I'm heartened that we're moving into that space of trying to highlight many of the positive things that we're doing. And things that are actually happening on the ground, and I don't think we should ever shy away from that. And I certainly know from speaking to the public and my friends that a lot of people are not aware of the multiple things that they actually get by paying rates in the city, and I think we need to be proactive in telling that story. And I think Councillor Lord is somebody who's consistently over the years talked about the great value that we actually get from rates when you start breaking it down. Keep doing that, please, Councillor Lord. 324 submissions, I think, is pretty good for a second year of a 10-year plan process. Highlights for me, that's been mentioned earlier, highlight for me is a continued focus on reducing our reliance on contractors and consultants, responding to the public desire to see better quality footpaths. I think we've listened, we've heard, and we've substantially upped that budget, and I think that's to be applauded. And also the continued investment, again, after shrieks and calls from the public, to do something about the infrastructure that's not politically sexy, that sits under the ground. And I think that it's good to see that work continuing at a great pace. The highlight for me, of course, and probably along with Councillor Elder, is the additional funding that's going to get the Tunnels Trails project up and running from Mosgiel to Dunedin. A timing on this, to be honest, is, I think, perfect. We've seen it, there's a huge growth, not only nationally but internationally, in electric bikes, but also pressure emanating locally and from the government to look to better accommodate options around mode shift. And to be clear, mode shift is not about, it's not anti-car, it's not about an impingement on the rights of cars, it's just about giving other options to people who want to do something else. And actually the beneficiaries of mode shift will ultimately be car drivers, because there'll be more parking space and there'll be more space on the road. So it's a great win-win. So in closing, thanks once again to the many staff who work so diligently on annual plan and long-term plan processes. You definitely have my fullest respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I looked at the annual plan and just reviewed. Sorry. I just reviewed what we were putting into, and I look at the renewals and upgrading of playgrounds, and that is local community infrastructure that really helps our communities to thrive. And I had a story the other day from a friend who had just observed how the community played so differently once they got a half-court basketball court in their community. There are so many more young people and young adults playing in those playgrounds. Those playgrounds will also be far more accessible to people with disabilities. So all our communities are getting the benefit, 6.5 million in renewals and upgrades and playgrounds. I think that's amazing. 19 kilometres of footpaths upgrading, and that's a record. So that creates more accessibility. The exciting thing for me, as Steve and Councillor Walker alluded to, is the Tunnels Trail and the adoption of that. For the communities of Caversham, Concord, Green Island, Abbotsford, Fairfield, Mosgiel and even Kaikoura Valley, this is a big, big difference and a big change. And my feeling is we'll have to make it wider because, in fact, there will be so many people using it. And I see it as funding equity for those areas who have not had that equity, that funding for cycle trails. And I look at Mosgiel and the Mosgiel pool, the upgrades of the hydro slides, the community housing which we visited the other day that will be accessible for people with mobility issues. And I look at
Councillor.
I look at also the mana whenua design in our infrastructure, and I just think we're doing a great job and the community's getting something really worthwhile.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I support this. I'll keep this short because we've been through 6 months of this process, well, longer if we consider the 10-year plan. So this is a sign-off of what we've agreed to. We've had our New Year budget meeting, we've gone out to consultation, we've had hearings, we've had our May debate where we went through all of the spend again, and I look at what I actually didn't want to call it spend, I wanted to call it invest, because we are actually investing in our community. We're investing in our assets and we're investing in running those assets. So obviously we can't run the city without it. We're investing over $500 million this budget, 196 on capex, capital expenditure, and $317 million on operating expenses. And those are eye-watering sums to the average person, as is probably the 6.5% of the rates rise. And we all agonise over this. We don't want our citizens to be stressed about this. However, this is the world that we live in. We have increasing costs. We had, I think one of our big costs was depreciation of $9 million, and that money has to come from somewhere. We're also employing another 36 FTEs. That's showing a lot of 12 FTEs in building staff, because we have a whole lot more construction going on in the city. So when we are talking about growth and activity, we do need to be able to respond to those. Those building staff also are primarily funded through the fee. So that's some good news. And we've also got things like sludge removal, increased compliance. So all of those have been well traversed over the 6 months that we've sat through these meetings. So I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And we heard in the questions the word rubber stamping applied to today, and I asked a question specifically of clarification. But rubber stamping is approving automatically without proper consideration, and what we're doing today is anything but that. As has been recounted, we had a period of submissions, hearings, deliberations. We heard what the staff, the extensive work the staff do between those deliberations and today, and this is a final check, and we sign it off. That's the formal process. And so I'm not going to go over the debate that we had back in the deliberations, but what I do want to say is, and I'm mindful of comments made in the public forum this morning about investment in infrastructure, and we know that we've heard that from our community for some years. We are attending to that. Our capital spend is up to a large degree, and I think as a council we should be proud of the decisions we've made in this annual plan. We should be acknowledging the staff's work for what we have asked them to do. And I want to finish with just a small anecdote. I attend a number of events, visitors to the city, and a recent one which was Le Clé d'Or, the concierges of New Zealand, many of whom visited Dunedin for the first time recently. And their abiding message to me was, the whole evening, was how incredibly impressed they were with our city. And it's always interesting to have that that independent perspective, if you like, those fresh eyes on our city. And then I meet people who've moved here maybe a year ago from other countries, and I hear that on a weekly basis of people who've chosen our city. So we're looking with an eye to the future. I believe we've had vision. We're putting into place the things that the community have asked us to do. We haven't been able to do everything. We've done it carefully in a considered manner, and today we will sign that off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't going to be popular around the table, but I'm not going to support this. And the reason I'm not going to support this, and then we've heard the debate that this has been going on for 6 months. Every time we've debated this, I've disputed the cost of rate increases. I've also discussed the issue and my concerns around the infrastructure spend. Now, I fully support spending money on infrastructure. However, as we all know, the Three Waters issue clouds this whole area because we do not know whether some of the spend will come back to us and it will go over to the other entity. It's all, we're well ahead of our work with this. We've done a brilliant job actually as a council. We're doing extremely well at the moment with our infrastructure and I fully support that. However, putting 190 million or more into our budget for infrastructure spending, how much of that are we going to get back from the government? That's what I'd like to know before we commit to this, and we don't know that yet. The other thing I would say is that a lot of quotes we get seem to come back way higher than what anyone in the private sector would pay. But I don't know whether that is because we're a council, so prices seem to be higher, but there are a lot more regulations and things maybe that we have to go through. However, I think we need to look at more sensible spend. We've heard around the table today an unprecedented spend. What I would say is this the time to have, for our council to have an unprecedented spend? And I say no. People are struggling right now. While a lot of you have said they're hearing how wonderful our city is, I hear that too. But what I'm hearing a lot is people have been looking at their previous rates bills and then comparing them, and some people have lined several years up and compared them and said, look how much our rates have increased over this time. Now, that might not seem like a lot to some of us, but that is a lot to many people, and I think we have to have some financial responsibility around that and say enough is enough. I think 5% is enough, 6.5 is too much, and I think we need to look at trying to reduce our rates bill, not increase it all the time. And we've also heard people say around the table it's an eye-watering sum. That to me is worrying. Eye-watering sums and unprecedented spends at a time when businesses are really hurting because of COVID. Businesses are hurting because of disruptions around the street, particularly in George Street. A lot of those businesses are just surviving and only just. For them to hear that we're having unprecedented spends, eye-watering sums of spends and increasing their rates, I think that hurts. So let's think about that when we vote. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, this budget is a 6.5% rates rise, but it's also a 35% increase in debt. And that is quite a very large amount of money. And when people look at that with their own private eyes, they are scared of that. Because right now, they are the ones that will be paying the bill, both now at 6.5% and the large increase in debt. The piper must be paid at some stage in the future. So this budget was set in more buoyant times, to be fair. But now people are facing a cost of living crisis, and we're hearing more and more about that. I mean, we are probably facing a global recession. We obviously have large increases in interest rates, which will affect the budget next year more so, and into the future. So we've had the hearings and the deliberations, and we have to go with this budget because it has been set. We've established all the facts and figures, and without passing this budget today, we can't operate from tomorrow. So I do support the facts and figures, and the staff have done a great job of pulling that all together for us and explaining the facts, the figures, the numbers. But I would like to foreshadow that coming to next year, we are moving into quite a difficult environment and quite a different environment than what it was when these figures were first discussed and first established in the 10-year plan and then again at the annual plan for this year. So I support this, but I foreshadow that for next year we need to have a change in our thinking, because the cost of living is spiralling out of control for many people in our community, and they will be the ones bearing the pain of this. And so we need to listen to their voice as we go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'm considered by the ODT as a veteran councillor. And I have to say, a lot of the comments I've heard around this table, I hear every year. The city is a big business. It's no different than any other business. You have to invest in it if you want it to continue into the future and to provide the services that it's designed to do. This budget reflects us doing that, and does every year. In spite of the fact that we see letters to the editor being published that accuse us of being incompetent, spendthrift councillors, and that we only deserve to be thrown out at the next election. If you don't do the work to maintain your services, if you don't do the work to make your city attractive, then you don't have a city. It'll go backwards. So we've taken this piece of work is 12 months. It always is. The next budget will start, staff will start on it tomorrow. It's a huge piece of work. It's the biggest thing that we as council do every year. Yet we continue to have what I would call naive comments made that suggest that we can shut down spending on the city and that will be better for everybody. It won't be. If you don't fix what needs to be fixed this year, then it will need to be fixed next year, along with everything that needs to be fixed next year. The spending must go on. There is nothing in here that I would say is flagrant spending on nice-to-haves. This isn't a nice-to-have budget. We all sat through the debates. There was nothing in there that was nice to have. This is just the requirement to run the city as it needs to be run. So, I would say enough is enough. Councillors, we have to have a budget. We've all taken part in the debate. By cutting out what needs to be done may result in lower rates rises, but some of us who are old and grey-haired will remember those years when councils approved 0% rates increases. What they did then put extra burden on those of us who live in the city now. And I certainly wouldn't be party to decision-making that makes people in the future pay for what we didn't do today. So I would urge you all to support this budget. It's a very good budget. It's probably been through the best consultation of any annual plans or long-term plans in my history on council, and it deserves to be endorsed, and staff deserve to be thanked for the work that they have done in putting this budget together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vanivers.
Councillor Lord has highlighted, as Chair of Finance and Council Companies, unprecedented spending. And I think that is without doubt, certainly at least in the last decade. In the last decade, we have never had anything like the levels of spending that we are now currently indulging. And we have never done them had these levels on things that don't need to be fixed. Councillor Staines claims that we have to keep spending because things need to be fixed. If you look at the levels of spending now anticipated, and if you look at what we're spending it on, it simply doesn't ring true. George Street did need to be fixed. We don't need to fix more and more hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cycleways. We don't need to fix Three Waters just to give it to the government. If we look at the unprecedented spending that we have at the moment, Councillor Raddick had said that next year we're going to have to be a bit more careful. We're moving into a more difficult environment. My understanding is that we are already well into a much more difficult environment. And the recent 75 basis points increase in the official cash rate and our interest costs going up significantly is evidence of that. Worse, you don't have to look too far forward to anticipate that there will be further interest rate increases before the end of the year. This is interest increases that is going to heavily affect our massively increased debt. And even worse, massively affect the even bigger debt of our council companies. And when we're talking about unprecedented, it's unprecedented never to get a dividend for 7 years from your council companies. And that is one of the reasons that is driving our debt beyond a budgeted $1.2 billion. Unprecedented increases in interest for many years, with worse to come. Unprecedented cycleway and park and ride and George Street cycleway and all of these other things that don't need to be fixed at all, but quite frankly are ideology-driven vanity projects. None of it should be indulged in, especially not now that we have an extremely difficult financial climate. We have so many people that have suffered now through COVID. Many lost their jobs, many lost their businesses, people barely able to make ends meet. Anecdotal examples of people, older people in various places not being able to heat their flats and staying in bed in the winter. We are heading into a massive world financial instability being made much worse by the communist crushing of Ukraine, which is the breadbasket of Europe and quite a bit of Asia and Arabia as well. We've got a situation where we are indulging now in an unprecedented spend at a time of unprecedented need, instability, and things that really do need doing. Spending massively on Three Waters simply to give it to the government makes absolutely no sense at all. Spending on cycleways when we've got cycleways, especially the one-way street system, that are simply unused. And the claim that they're going to have to be wider because there's going to be so many people using them simply flies in the face of the usage that we've already had for the hundreds of millions already spent on cycleways. The only cycleway I've been able to vote for is the one around the harbour. It's the only safe one you can have anyway because there's no trucks that are involved in big intersections. We need to get back to basics. We need not to tick off this unprecedented spend. And we need to recognise we're unprecedented financial straits.
Councillor O'Malley.
Bishop, I wasn't actually going to speak, but I want to catch up on the words of Councillor Staines, and that is, we get to this point every time. This item, some have called it rubber stamping. It's not a rubber stamping. It's a necessary procedural activity to have passed the budget to function as a council as of tomorrow. And we have had the debate as to how we've got here in the months that preceded. And And it has been flagged that some councillors are going to vote no. Now, honestly, that would be an irresponsible act if we were to vote no on this today. But they will get away with their behaviour because the rest of the council is going to vote yes to allow them to do their procedural or protest vote. But in fact, this is not the time for the debate. The debate has passed. This is the time for passing this budget as we have agreed to during the process to get to here, which is debating in this chamber, consulting with our community and coming up with the annual budget. It is frustrating to have to listen to basically speeches that relitigate and reposition when we've had that opportunity to do that in the past, and we really need to move on to face what we are doing here today, which is passing the budget. And if we don't do it, the council closes down tomorrow. So we're clearly going to do it. So I will be voting yes, and I just wish those who are going to vote no to consider the fact that their ability to do so and not cause immense damage to the city tomorrow is due to the fact that the others are voting yes.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to the previous speaker for that encapsulation of what the process actually is. I'm delighted to hear that Councillor Vandervis has finally recognised the value of the Round the Harbour cycleway. That's the first time I've heard
Point of order. If you look at the record, I've actually always voted for it and spoken for it and commented positively on Facebook.
Well,
please retract. It's not true.
I'm not going to retract because that's not true, Councillor. But what I would say is...
I'm not upholding the point of order, Councillor.
Sorry, is there not a point of order?
I said I'm not upholding the point of order. Carry on.
Continue. What I would say, though, to all of us, that I think we've got a very good bunch of decisions here. I'm going to come to in a moment to what's happening out there, but I think we should all be very pleased, and our residents have been admirably served by the fact that this council, over an extraordinarily difficult time in this country and this community, has resisted some of the cries for retrenchment and so on that we've just reheard again. Please know, everyone knows that when times are tough, central government and local government have a primary fundamental role to make sure that the economy keeps working. And I've been party to decisions here and elsewhere that kept workers at their workplace and kept projects happening and kept the economy ticking over. And I guess in the macro sense, nothing has done that more in recent times than the often abused, tragically, but nonetheless most important subsidies that poured from central government into our communities as COVID did its damage and continues to, actually. And I don't imagine that will happen, that won't continue to happen. What I think, though, and I've been here like the veteran councillor opposite who has here for as long, and I don't think I've ever seen as much activity across the city as we see when we walk or drive or cycle around now. I think literally Dunedin is transforming itself before our eyes, and it's not all our doing. Some of it is. You know, the management of the restoration of the most photographed building in New Zealand. The second time we've done that work since we bought it, the building for $1, you'll recall, is happening, and that's going to be truly stunning when it's reinstated back to a condition that is probably the best it's ever been. But it's not just our efforts. Look at what's happening with the enormous hospital build, and I think as the piles are going in, people are realising the scale of that job. We know that the DHB in its death throes committed to an extraordinary health sciences and education precinct in addition
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
The Speaker is talking about the DHB and advocating for government policy which in no way reflects anything in the current agenda, item number 14.
So I think given the fairly macro level of the commentary that has been made by councillors around the table leading up to this point, I can see how it's entirely relevant to the discussions that we're having, and I'm not going to uphold the point of order.
The DHB, Mr Chairman, has also contributed to developments that sit alongside the hospital development, and that is what I was referring to. But there are also other private developments. Look at the work that's been done on redeveloping the university bookshop, the enormous work that is happening on campus with the largest, I think, of all the recent halls, certainly, in Tarangahirua, and also the lawyers' offices just down the road in Lower Stewart Street. This is not all our work, but our work has incentivised and shown good leadership in making sure this sort of development happens. We've talked about the transport changes.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor.
There's no correlation between private work and what we're doing here in Council. Where's the evidence of that?
Councillor, I'm not going to uphold the point of order. Carry on.
We've talked about the benefits of the trails, and other people have spoken about that, but that's benefit for the whole community. This is not just about advantage for the providers of road cones. Events are returning to the city this weekend even. They're going to see a city that's buzzing, actually. They're going to add to it. But the really important thing is that property owners in the city are on the bus and wanting to do the same sort of things. There is now new demand coming to us for further developments adjacent to the warehouse precinct, Bond Street and so on. New apartments are springing up. That's what's happening about the general mojo in Dunedin, and I think we should all be very proud for any work that we do to contribute to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lofisol.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to add to colleagues' thanks to the staff, and I'd also like to personally thank the mover as chairman of the Finances and Council Controlled Organisations Committee. There's been a lot of kōrero, has been noted, that has been on the macro level, and I'd just like to add to acknowledgement that we are doing our job. We are doing our job, and we're simply allowing staff to do their job. I just want to talk about Brockville, the community in which I was raised, and that I continue to work in as a local government politician. There are families there where children come to neighbours saying they are hungry. And there are wraparound, voluntary, they're not part of any agency, neighbours just helping neighbours, feed the children, support the parents. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, getting back to basics. And we are doing our job around this table, not for our friends and our business colleagues in the community, but we are serving the interests of the whole city. So don't talk about business suffering from COVID and the difficult financial climate that we're in. We've always been in this situation. As far as tangata whenua and Pasifika and other communities of colour, we've always been in difficult financial climates. And to that, we have climate change happening and climate injustice.
I don't think there's anyone left at this point. I will comment briefly, and like Councillor O'Malley, would prefer not to have to. It is disappointing but inevitable that this would turn into an opportunity for people to relitigate the decisions and the debates that were had a month ago. And Councillor Radeke said that this budget was put together in more buoyant times. This budget was approved in May, a month ago, and I don't know how dramatic the shift has been since May. Councillor Hurnahan has said that we should be reducing rates.
Point of order. that is a misrepresentation of what I said. I referred back to the 10-year plan, which is the origin of this budget, and that it's only refined in May.
I'll
so I'm
withdraw
referring
for
back
the
to
case
that.
for the purposes of efficiency. Councillor Houlihan has said that we should be reducing rates, not increasing them. That is significant, and I think the magnitude of a statement like that needs to be discussed. We are talking about there cutting somewhere between $11 and $12 million out of next year's operating budget to get to a point where we would be reducing rates rather than increasing them in the next financial year. And I don't recall any proposals coming forward during the meetings that we had either in January or in May that would carve out between $11 and $12 million of our operating budget.
Point of order. I've made suggestions that would carve out $100 million out of the current budget.
Of the operating budget, Councillor. The capital budgets don't work in the same way, because you don't get to a point where you can cut out $11 and $12 million of your operating budget without doing things like reducing the levels of service you provide for your community, reducing the hours that your libraries are open, jacking up the price of swimming at Moana Pool and all of our other fees and charges. And we need to be honest enough to acknowledge that you don't get to a point where you can cut rates without cutting services in our community, and in all of those examples disproportionately affect people in our community who are on lower incomes. And it's disingenuous, I think, to use those people as an excuse for a point of order, Councillor Hulam.
Well, I think it's disingenuous for you to suggest that services will be cut. If I said I thought rates should come down to 5%, not 6.5%, and to infer that if we went to 5%, we'd have to cut hours at the library, cut hours at the pool. That's ridiculous.
Councillor, something being inconvenient to your argument isn't covered under standing orders for a point of order, so I'm not going to uphold it. But we do need to be honest about what the implications are of that sort of rhetoric. And those of us who believe in and support progressive causes are often accused of virtue signalling, that is, saying things and making statements that make no meaningful difference to the environment in which we operate. And I think Councillor O'Malley has made that point clear enough, that by advocating for people to vote against this and therefore put us in a position where we're unable to strike a rate, and for the city being unable to function is the very definition of virtue signalling, actually, and that is incredibly disappointing for people sitting around that table who would prefer to take the credit for making a political point than fulfilling their obligations to the city that elected them in order to keep the work that we are doing functioning and keep the operations of council functioning, because that would be the net result of a majority of us supporting those who have indicated that they will be voting against the adoption of the annual plan for 2022-2023. Councillor Lord, your right of reply.
Look, to be fair, you've probably said most of what I was going to say anyway, but I will make a couple of comments. One was, at the start, there's a number of people who have said it, but both Councillor Lafiso and Walker have talked about the work that our staff do, and I was remiss in my opening remarks to not mention that. I've said it many times. There might be some people here that just see it as a job, but there's a lot of people that see this as a vocation and spend lots of time. They work to the point that civil service is their calling, and much like someone might be a teacher, people choose to work in this industry and they don't ever get the rewards that they should, and they get called into I just often see on Facebook some of our staff getting named and shamed for doing their jobs and not necessarily doing it poorly, but that doesn't stop trolls from saying things. I think I'm going to make another wee comment, and that was when we did job interviews for new chief executive. One of the comments that Sandy made that I was impressed with, she said, when you judge a city, you shouldn't be judging a CE by what they say they'll do, but what they actually put in their annual plans and what they do. And I'm amazed in how much we've stuck. This delivery of CapEx in this current year has been quite outstanding. and we are doing what we said we would do. And I think as a council, that's evident. So yeah, I really just want to thank the staff. I get tired too when I hear people like Councillor Houlihan say, I'm fully in support of spending money, but I'm not in support of rates increases. Well, if there's anything that's going to show lack of ability to do the job of mayor, which you've put your name forward, it would be a statement like that. That's the thing. And to talk
Point
about...
of order.
What's your point of order?
Disrespectful to fellow councillors.
And the next part was to talk about Three Waters. This 12-month budget has nothing to do with Three Waters, and your concerns about debt, which the Chief said have already becoming clearer all the time. I just think it was just a pointless, irrelevant thing.
Point of order. The claim that Three Waters is irrelevant in this budget, when it's referenced the number of times in it, is plainly misrepresentation.
Councillor, I'm not upholding the point of order. The point that the councillor was making was reasonably clear with regards to which part of the Three Waters reform program was being discussed in debate. So I won't uphold
He never
the point
clarified any part of it. He simply talked
Councillor,
about Three Waters.
I'm not upholding the point.
I'm happy to speak to it. The fact that the transfer that has been taken out of our hands, which is due to happen, is going to happen in the next calendar year, not this calendar year, not the year of this budget. And another comment that was made was to do with Councillor Houlihan brought up a point of order saying there was no correlation between private works and council works, and I think that it becomes very evident that when you spend money in certain areas, and I think of some of the work that's happened in places like Bogle Street, the enabling that we've done is worked hand in hand with the families like the McKnights and the people that have done the work on the buildings, the Laurie Forbeses. There's a number of people in this community who do an awful lot of stuff.
I was referring to the examples that Councillor Benson Pope used.
Councillor, what would be a useful thing for people to do over the adjournment for lunch would be to read the relevant standing orders around points of order. The habit that we seem to be getting into where people feel like they can raise a point of order for anything that they disagree with or anything that may be inconvenient to them is getting out of hand, actually, and it makes it pretty hard for us to run an efficient meeting and have debate on significant issues. There are particular things that are covered under standing orders, but just raising a vague objection seems to be where we are increasingly landing, and that is unhelpful to the business of the meeting and unhelpful to the business of council. So I'm not going to uphold the point of order. I'm being genuine, I would recommend people take the opportunity over lunch to do that, because we have, it's going to be a bloody long, apologies, it's going to be a long day if all of our debates are interrupted as often as this by trivial points of order that aren't. Councillor Lord.
Look, I'll leave it there. The vote will pass, and I think that Jim O'Malley made a very good comment that you can only have a protest vote because you know it'll pass, and it just shows naivety, in my opinion.
I'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Carried 12-2.
Thank you. As indicated, I'll move that we adjourn for lunch and come back at 10 to 1. We need to 1. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Anything either of you wish to add by way of introduction? Questions? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Lord, seconded Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? To the speakers. Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item... You voted yes. Yes, your vote... Councillor, that's not how... That's another section standing orders. That's not quite how voting works, but we can record your vote against that as fine. Item 16 is the zero carbon policy. Ms Wikaira and Ms McTavish. Anything from either of you by way of introduction? No. Questions? Councillors. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions. They're mainly around when we might see a carbon zero plan. I just see in the risks, legal and health and safety, etc., that says there's some reputational risks for the DCC associated with non-delivery on the ambitions given the target adopted in 2019. So is there a timeline for when the plan might be complete and presented to the public?
Kia ora, Councillor. We are working towards having a draft plan in place by this time next year.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions. The first is, how advanced are other large organisations, institutions in the city in regards to their zero carbon policies, as far as you know?
In relation to their policies, I'm not intimately familiar with their policies. I'm more familiar with their plans. The central government carbon neutral directive that has been issued by the government to state sector agencies has certainly brought a clearer focus to this work for all state sector agencies, and things are moving quickly. Amongst the key institutions, the most advanced, I would say, would be the University of Otago, who have a well-developed action plan, and there are others who are similarly moving in that direction.
Thank you, that's helpful. And my second question was, I was surprised, but perhaps I just didn't note it, the role of behaviour change is going to be really important in terms of our success. There wasn't a lot of mention of that. Would you have any comment about that?
In the policy? So I guess the policy focuses less on the how and more on the framework to ensure that in any given circumstance we are considering the range of actions and opportunities to cut emissions. Behaviour change in most circumstances will be one of those potential ways, and so you will see behaviour change being factored into decisions as a result of this policy.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the report. It's excellent and really digestible. It's around point 20 when we talk about, and I really support the focusing on gross emissions, and it talks about offsetting residual, hard or impossible to reduce emissions. Can you just give me some examples of what would be an impossible to reduce emission?
So, for example, transmission losses associated with the electricity being moved around the country. I would put that in the pretty much impossible to reduce category. However, there will be other examples. that are along a continuum, yeah, particularly in the transport sector at for example, the heavy freight end.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And in terms of and again, I agree, the consumption emissions can be fitted in at a later stage. I think in the report it mentions very few cities are now recording those emissions. Do you know anywhere that is, that one can look up to research, or is there literally nobody doing it?
In terms of consumption-based emissions. So Auckland Council are currently looking to move in this area, and they're actively undertaking work. So we will look to them in terms of the New Zealand example once that work pops out the end of their engine. However, nationally, there's not much else happening. Globally, the likes of London, we understand, has done work on consumption-based emissions. Yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I just kind of want to follow up on Councillor Barker's question about a plan which you answered to be 2023. And then I assume then we're followed by actions. So my question really is, what is your level of confidence of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030?
I think that's a difficult question to answer until we've undertaken the work, Councillor.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Ms McTavish, what would be the impact on signing this policy and supporting this policy in relation to works being done around the city? For example, Fulton Hogan and companies and other companies that are doing infrastructure work, or even services, etc. around the city.
Doing that on our behalf, or doing that on behalf of other players?
On behalf of the city.
On behalf of the DCC. So as part of the expansion of the ISO standard, upgrading to the new 2018 standard, we will be bringing in contractor emissions into our inventory, starting with the larger contracts. So suppliers that are currently providing for us, if their existing contract has provisions in it relating to emissions and provision of information, for example, data on emissions, then we will be triggering that contractual requirement. If the contracts do not have that built in, we will be working with those suppliers in good faith to ascertain the level to which we can access data around the emissions carried out in their work, and progressively looking to add considerations relating to reducing those in future contract renewals.
And what I would add is that our major contractors are well aware of our aspirations and the national framework that they're operating in. So this isn't a surprise to them either. Like, they are already gearing up to make changes in practice that help meet zero carbon requirements.
So probably a question for the CEO then, based on what she's just said. All tenders and contracts going forth, should this be adopted, would have a 2030 component, or all this information or detail included as part of the tender process?
We have a flowchart about how we consider projects depending on the nature of them. So emergency works, for example, would be exempt.
Yeah.
And so there is a clearly articulated procedure that we will adopt behind the scenes. So and that it's scalable, so as not to add unnecessary bureaucracy where there isn't any benefit, and those bigger projects will get a far more detailed assessment. So we're looking to make the biggest bang for our process.
So just to follow that one step forward, and I don't know whether you or Ms McTavish are best to answer this, the government's talking 2050 and we're talking 2030.
I'll answer that. And
obviously they don't connect.
And this council has acknowledged that it was an aspirational goal of 2030, and having 2030 as the target means we've started the work earlier than we would have if 2050 had been the target. And so we will be well on track towards meeting our aspirations. Whether we get there exactly at 2030, the plan will help us outline how close we're going to get.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Van der Vos.
On page 140, it talks about the DCC will monitor, measure, report, manage, verify and publicly report DCC emissions on a regular basis in line with the requirements of ISO 14046. Have you done any calculations as to what the annual cost of all this emissions reporting will be, both for the DCC and for the contractors that we're now requiring to do same?
So we are currently compliant with the existing ISO standard within existing budgets. The change to the 2018 standard, we've got internal processes in place that should be able to manage that without undue additional cost to us. In terms of the cost to the contractor, I guess that's difficult to quantify until we work through that with the contractor. However, international research suggests that in terms of capital carbon, if there is a focus on capital carbon reduction, then usually there is also an additional a commensurate reduction in capital cost.
So has anyone ever done the work on what it's actually, you said within existing budgets, but has anyone actually done the work on what the DCC is spending to do all this measuring, reporting, managing and verifying?
That is all costed into budget, so yes, there is a budget for that.
Yes, it was the quantum of that budget that I was interested in finding out.
Need to go to the budget and provide that for you after the meeting.
Thank you. You talked before about transmission losses, not being able to be reduced since we generate a lot of power in the south. We send a lot of it to Auckland. Have you, or do you know if government are considering, for instance, moving a lot of energy-intensive industries like data processing, for instance, down south to be much nearer the source of this energy rather than investing in the non-marginal seats of up north?
I'm trying to recall the relevant section of the emissions reduction plan. I don't recall anything that states specifically an intention to do that, but certainly there are plans within the emissions reduction plan to seek to maximise the efficiency of existing power generation and to minimise emissions from it. I'd have to go back to the detail to be able to comment on what specific
I was just
actions.
wondering if central government has identified the solution of actually moving energy-intensive industries closer to the generation. That is to say, bring them down here.
I understand your question, Councillor, and I'd have to go back to the ERP to answer it adequately.
Thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā korua, ka mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you to your teams for all this work and keeping on. I'm referring to page 131, the summary of considerations and the Māori impact statement and the Treaty of Waitangi analysis. And I'm not trying to delve too much into operational detail, but I'm just, as a governor, I'm thinking ahead. And so the Treaty of Waitangi analysis or reference to Te Treaty or Waitangi as per the submission in the next item, is there, do you drill down to compare both versions of the treaty and in terms of the Local Government Act, which only refers to the principles? For us as governors, thinking strategically and ahead, aspirationally, are we heading towards Te Treaty rather than the treaty?
Kia ora, Councillor. So The treaty analysis work that's being done is just a new piece of work that has started out across Zero Carbon and the South Dunedin Future work, and it's just to bring both the people leading that work and the work itself, to bring that treaty lens to the work. And with a view to expanding on that work across a number of different projects to help build capability in the organisation. And so in terms of the Treaty of Waitangi and Te Tiriti o Waitangi and principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, that is something that the teams have had a number of discussions about, and it's certainly part of the Māori Strategic Refresh work. But my sense is that the current LGA uses the Treaty of Waitangi. The reforms may give us a more accurate steer as to how we frame our thinking around the Treaty of Waitangi and Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and we are hopeful that will provide some clarity for everyone on that. Kia ora.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Outside council, have we identified, who are the biggest emitters?
At a high level, we know where the emissions are coming from in terms of sectors. Slightly more granular than that, in some sectors we know what the generic category of activity type is, where the emissions are being generated. And we know in terms of particularly stationary energy, who's burning coal, basically, who's burning coal, who's burning some of those kind of key questions. What is more challenging is knowing, for example, amongst the vehicle fleet, our data comes from fuel sales, so we don't hold information about whether it's X company or Y company or Z company or X individual purchasing that. So there's a bunch of analysis that needs to be done to, in some sectors, to get a better sense of who is generating the emissions, basically.
That was going to be my next question, is how easy is it for us to get information from private companies as to what their emissions are, and are we able to even get that information?
So we're working with large institutions in the first instance, most of which are public institutions and most of which are open about their emissions profiles. In terms of private sector, the energy study, which is conducted on our behalf by the University of Otago every year, does get some information from the private sector, which is great. And we also draw on government databases. But it would be fair to say that the granularity of data is a challenge in terms of designing interventions that will really hit the mark in some sectors.
Have we got a plan to work with private businesses in our city to help them achieve some of these goals?
So the development of a zero carbon plan for the city will look specifically at that as part of the plan development.
Councillor O'Malley.
This may also be a question for CE. It's on page 135. It's the council resolution on the 2019-2020 annual plan, and it sets aside 1.1 million over 2 financial years for the establishing and commencing delivery of detailed work program for climate change mitigation. Specific work there, the words I'm looking for there is a detailed work program. So where did we get with that work? And it's probably to you guys as well, but it's somewhat slightly historical.
So the work program that seed funded, well, the seed funding that council provided allowed a work program to be developed. That work program was costed, and provision to undertake that work program was included in the 10-year plan, which Council approved. So as of the middle of last year, Council's approval of the 10-year plan, the work program that is mentioned in this table, in this resolution, was fully funded by Council as part of the 10-year plan.
And it fed into the 10-year plan document. Did it have a program for climate mitigation, or was it a program for what we're talking about now, the development of strategy?
So the work program, the zero carbon work program, as it is referred to in this paper, is essentially a strategy work program, or a strategy and policy work program. The zero carbon team exists to support the organisation to make the transition to zero carbon as business as usual for the organisation, and to develop both a zero carbon plan for the city and a emissions reduction plan for the organisation, or a regularly updated emissions reduction plan for the organisation. Beyond that, Council was provided a bunch of advice as part of 10-year plan development around potential priorities or key investment areas that it might choose to focus on to promote emissions reduction in the first instance. Council took that advice on board as it finalised the 10-year plan, and so there are elements of other work programs, the likes of the Waste Futures work, the likes of Shaping Future Dunedin Transport, and others that are in effect seeking or helping with emissions reduction, albeit they do not fall within the remit of the zero carbon work program as a strategic and policy exercise.
That's sort of, thank you for the answer, because as you correctly pointed out, the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport and the Waste Futures were their own activities as they stood by themselves. So what activity can we point to that directly comes out of this work that's in the 10-year plan as a funded activity other than planning?
So the initial seed funding that was provided by Council did a Climate 2030 rapid review that looked across the Council at alignment. Out of that exercise, there was a bunch of recommendations that were made around where Council could invest, given the time horizons for that work and the fact that the 10-year plan was essentially that year. There was very little that could be worked up in a separate business case and provided to Council for consideration. However, there was some work that was done within that funding around the heating options work, and as a result, I think Council included $14.1 million in the budget to improve heating options associated with Dunedin City Council buildings, including Wainapool, which was a direct impact. There were also additional items that were ultimately included in the budgets that hadn't previously been included in the budgets. The likes of, I think, a potential funding for a solar farm on the closed landfill further out, some additional funding for resource recovery parks. I'm sorry, I'd have to go back to the documentation to identify all of the different actions that were added as part of that. However, there were a number. Yeah.
What I'd just add, because a lot of this work is the policy and planning, you've got to have the thinking work as an organisation done and some coordination. And I think one of the other councillors raised it about the plan and behaviour change. And Ms McTavish and her team are helping provide the thought leadership inside the organisation around this work, and then supporting teams to make those changes in behaviour. And so that's what we're starting to see, and the plan will coalesce all of that work into a document that will provide those what it looks like. But the other teams at the moment are resourced to do their jobs, and so this team is supporting, helping them to make that change. So, and it's some of the examples, they're good examples, but there's a lot more smaller things that are happening across the organisation as well.
Councillor Reddick.
On the item on page 136, I think possibly the same item that Councillor O'Malley was referring to, dedicated work program. Is there a misprint there? A, that the council establishes, blah, blah. You've got 525 for the 19-20 year, and then 572, it's 21-22 year, so there's jumps a year. Is there a year between with no funding? Or is that, should 21-22 mean, should that be 2021?
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor. It's possible that there's a typo. Certainly the funding was for 2 consecutive years. I'm not sure whether the typo was in the original minutes or whether it's something that's happened in the copying and pasting into this document, so apologies for that. But certainly in budgetary terms, the funding was over 2 consecutive financial years.
Right, so, okay, so we've got there in 2 consecutive years, $500,000 a year, so a total of $1 million. What do we have for the $1 million, please? Yes. I just heard sort of...
The funding
Councillor, we just asked the same question again. You've just asked the same question again. And I don't, for the sake of the meeting, it was a fulsome response which was well received, but no, I'm not paraphrasing it. The question has been asked and answered, Councillor.
There is one additional component, Your Worship, and that is that the funding was split across mitigation and adaptation, so there was a significant chunk of South Dunedin future work that was also funded out of that, that budget. My recollection is that it was split proportionately slightly more, was utilised for the purposes of advancing the South Dunedin Future program than was on mitigation work.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Just as part of that work in the policy area, are we doing any work in giving guidance to the whole city and in particular business around ways that they could mitigate, you know, like having a web page or something like that?
So that question has also been asked and answered. That will be covered off in the city emissions reduction plan, which will come out in draft next year.
And is there any work being done in the building sector in particular? Because we've got a lot of growth.
So, in relation to the building sector, I'm trying to find a simple way to answer that question. A proportion of the emissions that are associated with the building sector are what are called embodied emissions. So they are emissions that may not be generated by activity here in Dunedin or emitted here in Dunedin, but are generated by activity here in Dunedin but emitted elsewhere. They therefore do not fall within the direct core emissions profile for the city as defined by the GPCI inventory. However, they are a significant source of emissions as a result of activity here. And so once the core focus of the likes of transport emissions, stationary energy emissions, waste emissions has been nailed to the best of our ability, that is when we would start to move to focus on the likes of embodied emissions in our planning. However, there is a Building for Climate Change work program underway at central government level, which is seeking to work or to deliver outcomes for emissions reduction across whole of life emissions. So we would seek to build off that work.
Thank you.
If Councillor Walker is moving the recommendations, Councillor Gary is seconding them. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. And thanks to the team actually for the recent workshop, and thanks, as I said earlier, to this well-written and digestible report. To me, the workshop really helped immensely in stitching together the sort of various zero carbon jigsaw that in my head was a bit scattered, but it actually brought it together really well and helped me. And I think the way in which the questions there have just been answered by Ms McTavish speaks to the professionalism of this work and the team behind it. I think we all agree the need to adopt this zero carbon policy is pressing for a number of reasons. Firstly, of course, as the report mentions, the carbon management policy is no longer relevant for where we need to go and how we need to react as a council. This is not a critique of staff in any way, but a reflection, I guess, at the speed at which the climate crisis is moving and ours and the national policy requirements and legislations that's changing all the time. And in terms of the first point, I mean, you only have to look across the ditch to Australia and the recent floods and the recent weather events and the floods in the US and the current, as I speak, the tragedy going on in Bangladesh in the Ganges Delta to understand the urgent and ongoing need for action. Therefore, I do applaud the zero carbon policy that will attempt to give effect to our existing strategic direction and resolutions that relate to this council's mitigation goals. It also seeks to address the confusion around which emissions should be measured. And I mean, that's always perplexed me, and I've often asked questions about it, and the methodologies we use to calculate and record our progress against, which are obviously moving forward will be extremely important. And I'm glad the recommendation here is to continue to use the CPCI methodology, which adheres to international best standard. And I also accept the recommendation not to expand at this point into including consumption emissions, but as Ms McTavish pointed out, this is something that we can progress over time, particularly when it's the norm elsewhere. Also to be applauded, I think, is the fact that we will now prioritise gross emissions. I think that's really wise in pursuit of our zero carbon aspirational 2030 goals, once again reflecting international best standard. And embedding our zero carbon goals into decision-making processes of all of our operations, as detailed in Table 2, seems completely logical to me. It is clearly written and should, hopefully, be widely understood by all departments and staff. And finally, to the team, thank you very much, and probably speak for other people, for culling much of the content and focusing on policy direction rather than process. And of course, the move to plain English makes the report really readable. And in fact, I found it really enjoyable. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I guess I'm speaking on behalf of all of the people who've marched, who've approached me in the last recent while and gone, where is the climate change plan? And I brought up the strategies earlier, and what are we doing to move on them? We've got Te Aotearoa from 2016, where our goal is actually to be carbon zero, where we have developed and implement a climate change adaptation plan, have an annual State of the Environment report. My concern is that we are moving really slowly on this, and I think as governance we need to look in the mirror and say, why are we moving so slowly? Why have we not got a plan yet? When we look at Christchurch declared a climate emergency in 2019, in 2021 they adopted a climate change strategy. Hamilton declared a climate change emergency and committed to developing a climate change response 2019. 2020 they had their first climate change action plan. Auckland declared a climate emergency 2019, 2020 produced a climate plan, and other cities have committed and also produced their climate action plans. So I do ask us to look in the mirror and say, why have we not produced a plan? We're signalling this from 2009 that it was important, from 2016 that we wanted to do it. So I do ask all of us around the table, why is it taking so long?
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge the staff who've worked on this policy, and as Councillor Walker did, acknowledge the importance of the workshop. It is a very complex matter, and I reflect on the day of the climate march, the first climate march, and then on the day that we declared a climate emergency. And I reflect on the fact that most people wouldn't understand the complexity of this in terms of developing this work. I've certainly been not surprised but struck by how complex this matter is. And it's ever evolving, and alongside of that we know climate change is upon us. We're experiencing it now. And the phrase more haste, less speed comes to mind, in that we need to do this well and thoroughly. That's become really evident. And I really want to acknowledge the staff's passion, commitment, and, as Councillor Walker did, professionalism. That's been incredibly evident, and I'm very glad that we have such smart people who are working on this in our teams. So this will give us direction and assist staff along the way to know how to put the policy, when we've passed the policy and we move on to the how, it will guide staff and it will give us all the direction that we need. Now, I know for a lot of people in our community, a lot of young people, it's not fast enough. But we need to continue the momentum. We need to ensure our staff are resourced adequately, and I believe we have done that, and to keep this work going on the path that it's on, and get it done as quickly as we can. And I have no doubt that that work is proceeding at the pace that it can proceed at. There's an awful lot to do, and I'm very evident that we need to be the change, and the behaviour change aspect, which we'll come to in the plan, will be key, and taking our community with us. And I think that's going to be the most challenging thing, as we probably all acknowledge around this table. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I 100% agree with Councillor Barker. I think we've had a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. And we have good intent, we've been ambitious. We are a city council that came out with goals that were very ambitious compared to the government that had 2050 and we said 2030, which at the time I wondered how realistic that was, and now it's becoming evident that it may be difficult to meet that target, but we are on our way to do it, and I really appreciate the fact we've been ambitious. However, talking about it is not going to meet that goal. We now need more action, and I've wondered that for ages and asked that in many of our workshops, is where is our plan? Because if you haven't got a plan for anything, anyone who's in marketing comms, where Councillor Barker and I both come from, knows that you need a plan to start anything, and a plan will give you an outline and indicate what you're going to do when and how you're going to do it. And I don't feel we have that yet, which we don't seem to, and I think that should have been one of the first things we did, not the last. And this won't be meaning that the plan will be the last thing. We'll be working on this continuously, I'm sure. But I think what is happening, it's clearly evident, is we're learning on the job, and that's good because we're ambitious, we're doing our best. But I think, without being rude, but I think we can do better. And I do agree with people who say a lot of talk, not a lot of action. There's some truth to that, and I think we need to see more action. Climate change is not going to wait for us to sit around for 2 or 3 years. It's still happening every day. Look at St Clair Beach. Look at the erosion on our coastal areas. Look at South Dunedin. We have major problems in our city that are affected directly by climate change. We need to have action, and we need it now. We need more engagement, and we need to be asking government to come to the table with more money, particularly for South Dunedin.
Councillor Reddick.
I'll merely echo what we've just heard from Councillors Barker and Houlihan. And, you know, we've spent $1 million over 2 years, and we have very little to show for it. We have some policy and no plan. And it's another year before we will have a plan. And I think that it is an unreasonably long amount of time and an unreasonably large amount of money. And I think we should shift up a gear and have some activity, some action, and real live strategies that are in place to actually make some change. And some of the strategies that have been suggested and are there for the future do not strike me as being likely to be effective. And so my discussions with people of Dunedin, they are not embracing the strategies suggested, and therefore if we don't take the people with us, we'll have very little chance of achieving emissions reduction. And my observation is that no emissions reduction has been achieved over the last 2 years, despite having spent $1 million already.
Councillor Millie. Councillor Vanders.
Councillor Barker has asked, why have we not produced a plan? And she's very kindly done the research and looked into all the other cities up north that have produced a plan. Given that emissions in any similar sized city are probably fairly similar, surely the solution is not to go doing all the work all over again and spending $1 million just reinventing what they've already done. Surely the solution is just to copy one of the other cities' plans and save ourselves the $1 million or whatever's coming and say, well, you know, they've done all the work, we don't have to duplicate it, let's just copy someone else's plan that looks similar.
Councillor Millie.
Bishop, I first want to start by acknowledging the passion and the work that the staff have done to date. Before I basically note that it's been 3 years since we put forward the carbon neutral 2030 target and 1 more year to the plan. And I'm hearing the word aspirational now starting to be mentioned. So I have to ask, and I think we need to ask ourselves seriously, are we really genuinely targeting 2030 carbon neutrality, or are we just establishing a carbon management plan that's in line with others around us, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we are targeting 2030 as an actual target date, because our behaviours are quite different depending on how we answer that question. And the reason I'm asking that is because of the young people that marched. They expressed the urgency, and we were happy to receive that message. And we now need to ask ourselves in all seriousness, can we meet a 2030 target? Because if we can't, we need to be honest back to them and say that we're not really setting ourselves up to do that. Complexity, yes, it is a complex situation. Sometimes complexity leads to inaction because we are trying to answer every question before we make a step. And my biggest concern is that that's what is affecting the rate of movement right now at the moment. We are so concerned about planning correctly that we're not doing as much in the way of activities as we will need to do to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. I acknowledge that we have done some work already on transport and on waste futures, but they were actually in response to government policy statements that related to other aspects, and by happy coincidence, well, it's probably not even coincidence because these are all interrelated, they have their impacts on carbon neutrality. But I guess my question is, when I think of back to, there's still an outstanding matters for consideration for the Chair on Infrastructure, and that is asking how many of our own buildings, what is the method by which we are heating them, what is our standing energy units there, and we still don't have the answer to that. So these are, to me, in my opinion, activities that we can be doing that don't in any way get in the way of establishing the zero carbon policy, establishing the plannings that we're doing, but really I'm pushing back to staff, please try to do as much as you can in parallel to actually actively go after these targets and actively ask yourself the question, can we get there by 2030? Why we develop the policies on how to measure it and how we set ourselves up strategically. Because I'm really worried that it's going to be 2023 when we establish the plan. We're going to renew this in 2025. We're going to renew it again in 2028. and then it'll be 2031. And I'm taken back to the planning issues we had with the closure of Green Island and that long-term plan not dealing with the fact that Green Island was closing in 2023 and we lost 3 years. I'm really concerned that we are losing time, and we need to think of those young people who walked down that street and said, we have not got the time to waste. Because I believe that our ambitions are the same. We all want to do the right thing. I do completely have absolute faith in the underlying aspirational objectives of staff. And my challenge from the governance perspective is to say, keep 2030 tight in your sights and tell us, real or not, you can actually reach it or not. Because we need to know as soon as possible whether that's an attainable goal. Or we need to go back to our own people and say, we're changing that goal. Or otherwise we say, this is what we're going to have to do to get there. And this plan, this policy, I'm afraid we may use up so much time planning that we're not going to have time to execute. Thank you.
Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. In 2019, we declared the climate emergency, and that was just before 2020, which in my calendar, in my mind, that's 180 years since the Treaty of Waitangi was signed. Since the Treaty of Waitangi was signed, we tangata whenua have seen an overall degrading of themselves as a people and their environment. And so, for me, when we talk about time and our lack of patience as governors running out with staff in terms of laying the foundations, to me, it comes back to relationships. And I've had a very, very quick look at Christchurch's response, passed last year. It doesn't, until page 9, mention Te Tiriti. It doesn't mention mana whenua at the first. And so when I heard colleagues talk about concerns about the time, my understanding and my assumption is that staff have been working very hard on consolidating the relationships with mana whenua, because as Māori have said to us in generations of activism, nothing about us and our whenua without us in the room.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this motion, and I've struggled to support. I actually haven't supported any motions around zero carbon 2030 in the last couple of years. I look at what government is trying to achieve at 2050, and I've struggled with how we were going to try and do it in 2030, which in fact is in less than 8 years, 7.5 years. And when I look at what we are asked to do here in this policy, and I see how the goalposts have moved on it, and I really struggle with that. I struggle, and especially when I look at the papers and I look at where it talks about carbon management principles, and basically it was around, you know, the DCC really taking on board 2030 and embedding it across everything that they do. Consider the impact of current and proposed business activities upon the DCC and cities' carbon footprint, as well as their associated statutory obligations and carbon emission reduction targets. That's 511 from the previous 217. 512 goes in and talks about identifying and preference those business opportunities that seek to minimise or reduce carbon emissions. Now, that's fine because that was about DCC doing business. But when I start seeing focus on citywide emissions and looking at how this applies and how across the whole sector of the industries of our city, I really start to struggle. Because then I look at, in our papers here, on page 133, we talk about engagements external. And it says there's been no external engagement. However, the DCC has drawn on the technical advice of subject matter experts from WSP. Well, that's great that WSP has been involved, but what about all the businesses that DCC are associated with. What do they have to say about this policy? Because it's going to have, as I read it, quite a direct influence on them and impact. I then look at the financial considerations also on page 133. Implications for 10-year plan budgets are difficult to assess given that the integration of emissions reduction ambitions can deliver financial savings or additional costs. We've just gone through working on signing off our annual plan. So I struggle with when I look at this whole document, this policy. And many of you around here champion the 2030. That's great. I still do not believe it's achievable. Government doesn't even think it's achievable. If we had realistic targets and looking at 2050 and working back from there and a plan, I'm all in. But that's why I can't support it. Thank you.
Further speakers? In speaking to this, I'll address the policy itself first and foremost, and I think it's welcome, and the focus on gross emissions is absolutely where we need to head, because we can't plant or buy our way out of this, as some would have us believe. I think the focus on plain English language is probably more important in this case than it is in many others, given the intensely technocratic and language of climate science. And just picking up on the questions and the comments of Councillor Lawfisels, the thing that I think is encouraging here is seeing how the work here at a policy level is being informed by treaty analysis. I think it's a very practical and obvious illustration of what we are trying to achieve at a strategic level of integrating our various aspirations into and informing the decisions that we take more holistically. That would not have happened in 2016, and it sure as hell wouldn't have happened in 2009 if we were writing plans and policies to deal with that. That can only happen given the maturity of our growing relationship with mana whenua in particular, and the capacity that is being put into this organisation to enable that work to happen, because work requires resourcing. And other plans have been mentioned, and certainly there are, thankfully, there is a growing level of ambition in cities up and down the country, but it isn't cheap. And the recently approved Climate Action Plan in Auckland is a great example. $574 million they are going to raise by way of a targeted rate to support that, supported by hundreds of millions of dollars of government investment. And that is the kind of ambition that exists in other parts of the country, because this work doesn't do itself. This is the policy basis that will inform the draft emissions reduction plan that we have as a city, and I think many of us would have loved that work to happen sooner, but it hasn't. I took a different. I heard differently the comments that were made by staff in terms of what has happened in the interim, because going into this meeting I was feeling a little disheartened really around the urgency and the frustration, but there is a lot going on, and it may not have been the genesis of the Shaping Future Dunedin transport work, but that absolutely was the reason why I supported it through the 10-year plan, because it contributed more than almost anything else in that capital budget to the potential to deliver on our zero carbon ambitions, and we've done all of a lot of the other stuff that we have committed to in terms of converting our fleet to electric vehicles and putting wood-powered burners into the new Mosgiel Pool development. All of our new public housing is built to a passive house standard, and all of the energy efficiency that comes with that. That work is happening already. It isn't coordinated and contained within a single plan, but it soon will be when that draft work comes out. And there's been a bipartisan consensus, it would appear, at the meeting today, that we need to be doing more, and that we're talking too much and not doing enough. And I think some of those concerns are absolutely genuine, and some of those are not. And I think When elected members turn up and come to this table and routinely argue vociferously against investing in changing the way that we think about transport and in mode shift and in public and active transport modes, you lose the right to then come back and complain that we aren't doing enough and that we aren't being ambitious enough, because if you can't support the things that we are currently doing, then what grounds do you have to then turn up and complain that we're not being ambitious enough and that we're not getting on with the job? It is shallow criticism, and I think people need to reflect on the speeches that they have given and the decisions that we've taken, particularly through the 10-year plan, before coming into this meeting. But this is absolutely the direction that we need to be heading in, and I for one welcome the fact that the plan, when it comes out in draft next year, will be grounded in our relationship with mana whenua, and will be grounded in a coherent and cohesive policy framework, because that, to me, is good governance, and that is what we should be encouraging in all of our work programs, because this is the big challenge, and we need to be absolutely more ambitious, and the draft plan will certainly inform the next 10-year plan, and I welcome in some cases, it would appear, newfound ambition that's been expressed at this meeting, translating into support for projects that actually deliver or have the potential to deliver on our zero carbon aspirations, because they have been missing up until this point. Further speakers? Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that excellent summation of bringing it together, and thank you very much for also speaking to the policy. I'll try my best in my garbled notes to just respond to some of the points that were raised, and I'll start with Councillor Lefiso. And as people were talking, it did come to my mind about the time, the 2019 declaration of a climate emergency. And as people spoke, in my head, it absolutely was too late, 2019. It should have started during the Industrial Revolution if we were really going to get on top of things at the point we should have started thinking properly about it. Councillor Malley and many talked about 2030, just being too close. But I think earlier the CEO summed it up. It's an aspirational target. I'm under no illusions we won't make 2030, but I'm also under no illusions that if we were 2050, we'd sit around here doing nothing. I think it's great to have a goal. We all do similarly in life. We have goals we won't make, but it gets us off our bums and gets us running earlier than we would do otherwise. Councillor Wiley, I'm not surprised you're not going to vote for this. As somebody who supports drilling for oil off of the Otago coast. Whatever, gas, same dirty fossil fuel. Councillor Vandevers makes a good point, actually, about looking to what others do and copying. And I think staff have made it very clear they do look into what others do, and they pick the bits that may work for us and probably quite rightly leave out those bits that don't. I think that was made very clear in the workshop. I don't know if you were at the workshop. I don't think you were, but that was made very clear at that point, and good on staff for doing that. And I'll finish with Councillor Gary, who was right. This is extremely complex and ever evolving, I think, were your words. And being a fan in my younger days of Mark Twain, I've always remembered one of his sayings that the more haste, the less speed. And I think this needs to be, whatever we do needs to be done well. And I'm confident that we have a stellar team doing this. We should be really proud of their professionalism and their dedication to this particular cause. So I'm confident the team behind this will work to assuage some of the concerns raised by my colleague to the left and some others. So good luck to them, and thank you very much. And please, I hope you vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso. Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor van der Vis.
No.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley.
No.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 10-4.
Thank you. On a related theme, item 17, the submission on the emissions reduction plan. Welcome back. It's on page 147 of your supplementary agenda. By way of opening, no. Questions? There appear to be none. Councillor O'Malley's furiously trying to find one.
No, it's a transport-related one. Tier 1, Tier 2 cities. Can you explain the difference between them?
I'd need to go to my transport team actually, or the transport team to ask that, to answer that one in detail. However, essentially, Waka Kotahi have made a determination that it will work with what it deems the larger and faster growing cities, and we fall just outside of that category. We're Tier 2.
So is it possible just in the submission to emphasise that we would probably like to be considered Tier 1? In as much as we are growing, and I think that a lot of our stuff, although we are smaller on that population base, we, in some areas, our level, because of the geography, is actually at the same level as a Tier 1 city, and I think it'd be quite good if we can just emphasise that.
We can work with transport to clarify that.
Thank you. Ms McTavish, I read this a couple of nights ago and it was getting late. I sort of don't recall seeing anything about utilising the smart minds of the Otago Polytechnic University there, that we discussed at the workshop. I know there is a mention of it around the lighting and paragraph 63. We saw some of that, but I just wanted to... I didn't see anything relating to how the using more of the institutions around the country that are really leading work in this space.
I'm just trying to think how we would land that in relation to this submission. The submission responds to the emissions reduction plan that has been published by the government. I'm trying to think how we would... Essentially, our submission draws on what we have previously submitted on in terms of the discussion document, also a related submission in terms of the New Zealand Climate Change Commission initial advice to the government, and the points that we made in that. What our staff have done is gone to the emissions reduction, the published plan, looked at how they have responded or not to our submission points, and then restated the submission points that we have previously raised where they have not been addressed or picked up on. So I guess the absence of that particular focus will reflect either the fact that there isn't an obvious point or hook for that in the emissions reduction plan, or that it wasn't a focus in our initial submissions.
What I would add is that if councillors have something that they think is missing that is relevant, the process would be to move an amendment or ask for some wording to be included, and then that the resolution allows that to happen.
So, and that's a good comment that answer you've come back with. So my next question would be wording to the effect of requesting government fund more money into tertiary, the universities and the polytechs in leading work in this area. Would something along the lines of that, would that take...
You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Councillor?
Yes.
The submission can say whatever council wishes the submission to say.
Exactly.
So if people
have a question of this?
If people want to make specific... Well, sometimes it's the whole lot, isn't it? If people want to make changes or amendments, the easiest way to do that is to write them down, and we can deal with it when we get to debate. But
Thank you for that, Your Worship. And I just, because I know there is the ability to make it slight editorial change, they just get the clarification of whether there is the opportunity for a sentence somewhere that fits in with the current submission around funding for greater work by our universities and polytechnics and smart minds for...
I feel like funding the tertiary sector is probably more than minor, as opposed to previous points that we've made in other submissions around, utilising the expertise that is available, and which I think we included in our draft National Adaptation Plan submission, changes to how the tertiary funding model operates would probably require an amendment to the submission as drafted.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 154, it does talk about behaviour change in 15, and there's mention of some programs that are oversubscribed. Could you give a bit more detail on that, Ms McTavish?
Certainly. So the likes of our bikes in schools or school cycling programs are oversubscribed in the sense that there are more schools wanting to participate than we can meet demand for. Similarly, workplace travel planning is essentially a behaviour change exercise, although there are some elements that are that relate to infrastructure. And I understand that there is our ability to meet the demands of businesses and other players in that regard is we're not able to meet those. Yeah.
So my second question, and I'm not certain it fits under number 17, but I'll check it out with you now. Does the issue of legislation, for example, the Building Act, being out of step with what's required for climate change, is that covered in that point, or were you meaning something else? Did I misread that? Because when I read it again, I thought perhaps not, but what I've just mentioned is an issue.
Yeah, sorry, this is clause 17.
Correct, on page 154.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess at the moment, because legislation is a historic beast in most cases, and the emissions reduction plan and the emissions budgets are a new thing, there is virtually no connection between important pieces of legislation like the Land Transport Management Act, the Building Act, the Resource Management Act, and or its whatever it's replaced with, and the emissions reduction budgets and plans. And so this submission highlights in particular the Land Transport Management Act, given the predominance of transport emissions in our profile, but I guess makes the point more broadly in terms of RM reform, in terms of other legislation that that it would deepen alignment of the likes of plans and regulatory responses that the sector is that this sector is required to give effect to if those pieces of legislation reference the budgets and the ERP.
Understand. Thank you for the explanation. And on point number 33, and I guess I want to just check to see whether I need to move an amendment or whether it will be minor. Did you consider putting an example in there? So you give the example of the Peninsula Connection project. You talk about support from government, but we don't go on to say that there are gaps in that, basically. And that's one example with a section that is unfunded. Did you give any consideration to giving specific local examples on some of these, and that's just one, some of these matters?
I'm looking at the Chief Executive, wondering whether she would consider a change of that nature minor and editorial, but certainly there are examples that we could give.
Yeah, examples are fine.
I would think that would fall
where they are
Yep.
positions of council,
Yep.
adding local examples is doesn't.
I'll
change
cover
the
that off in
substance.
debate then, but yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Now, I've read this through, but I may have missed it, but from what I can see, there's no mention of rail in here. Is that correct?
There is mention of rail.
What point is that, please?
It will be under freight, I suspect.
Okay, so...
Yeah, sorry, 49, paragraph 49 and 50.
49 and 50. Will exclude. So could I, my recommendation around that would be on...
would you like to take a moment to read it?
On portion 30, on section 39, where it talks about funding going to Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch, I think in there, obviously it's a suggestion at a meeting, but it would be good if we had somewhere in there mentioned rail, like passenger rail services, because they do tick every box for getting cars off the road, and Mosgiel to Dunedin is a prime example of where we could have a daily rail service. We've got the railway station. That seems to sit well there where it talks about other funding going to those areas. We need to mention somewhere around there around a passenger rail service.
Need is subjective. That seems it seems consistent, though, Councillor, with the question that Councillor O'Malley raised around who is considered a Tier 1 or Tier 2 city, and we would like to have the same level of... Well, sorry if I'm paraphrasing you wrong, to have the same options and support from government as the cities that are specifically outlined.
I'm actually going to ask whether or not I need to put an amendment in. I just sent it to the CEO.
I 100% agree with Councillor O'Malley and what he said about the Tier 2. I agree, and I agree with what you've said too. But I think there's an opportunity to put that in there because that's in relation to those main cities, talking about that. If we put rail in, if we actually mention it, then later on, if it's brought up, we can say, well, we put it in there, it was mentioned, and it's easy, and it's a good way of getting people off the road, which is what...
Councillor,
all right.
We have the opportunity to put in whatever we want. That's how this process works. But people need to write them down so that they can be considered in a coherent way, as opposed to just relying on staff to take notes of speeches.
And I have just some clarification about from Mr. Drew about what is a Tier 1 or a Tier 2. And so Tier 1 cities, Auckland, Hamilton, Tauranga, Wellington, Christchurch and Queenstown, and it's based on high growth or large. When I asked what would it take for us to be a Tier 1, he said we'll need some time to look into that. That Waka Kotahi chose Tier 1, he thinks, and others defaulted to Tier 2. So I'll review what you've sent through, but I think it will require an amendment if we're to look to change that. So,
if I may, through the chair, in relation to the ERP, the fact that we are a Tier 2 city is in some ways not material, in the sense that the ERP envisages working with Tier 2 cities in the period to 2024 in addition to Tier 1. So that may or may not influence your consideration.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 153, it says, the DCC notes that Maori will be uniquely affected by climate change. Can you explain how?
Certainly, Councillor. The treaty analysis that our staff have conducted suggests that, in particular because of the connection of Māori and mana whenua to strong connection to the land, to whenua, to resources, they are uniquely affected by the loss of the likes of taonga species, the likes of the whenua to the sea. A lot of pā and pā sites or areas of significance to Māori are low-lying and will be affected by sea level rise, the same is the case for papakainga areas and for marae. And there are additional cultural considerations and socio-economic considerations, in the sense that because Māori are exposed to health impacts and to tend to be in socio-economic situations that are less privileged, the impacts on them and their communities are likely to be higher. They are likely to be more exposed to the impacts.
You talk about Maori sensitivity to loss of species. Isn't it the case that they lost most of those species before the arrival of white men?
Councillor.
Both flora and fauna?
Question for the taxonomists, Councillor.
It's detail that may not be useful for us to comment on, Councillor. However, the treaty analysis suggests that there are a large number of taonga species that are still extant that will be affected by climate change.
Okay, and when you talked about social deprivation, basically, is it social deprivation, or is it a particularly Maori uniquely affected situation, or are the two seen as interchangeable?
Right, Councillor. It's difficult to know where to start, but so even if we just look at an example here in Otipoti, we have two Runaka who have ancestral connections to the land here, both located next to the sea, that's Otako and Puketeraki, both with very strong connections to the moana and in their relationships to the sea, and are impacted on a daily basis. Those kāinga that are still living on their land in those places are impacted on a daily basis by climate change. And if we want to look at, deprivation, the journey from Māori living on papakainga on their own land, which is often near resources like moana and awa, that's the sea and rivers. The journey from still living on that in those places to social deprivation is the journey of colonisation. And so that's a big thing for us to think and talk about in this council chamber. But that's probably the most general, but also the most accurate answer I can give you at the moment.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. So just to summarise then, you're saying that because Maori tend to have a lot of coastal communities and are very close to coastal resources, that it's the sea level rise issue that uniquely affects Maori in this context. It's primarily sea level rise.
That was a point. The other one was around the dispossession of mana whenua as a result of colonisation, both from their land and from their resources.
Sorry, I thought we would... I didn't think that this was a discussion on colonisation. I thought we were talking about climate change.
You asked the question, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make clear as well, I'm not proposing an amendment with this question. It's just a general ERP question for interest. Was any consideration given to policy contradictions? And I'm thinking particularly of the 500 million plus funding for the vehicle scrappage scheme, maybe sitting in contradiction to the 375 million for mode shift.
In response to that, I can only really reiterate my earlier response, which is the process that we went through, we looked back at the submission that we made earlier, the points that council had signed off in that submission. We looked at whether or not they had been reflected. Yes, we also overlaid the guiding principles that council had signed off in February for the work programme that has an equity lens. So our support for that scheme comes from a position of seeking to address equity of access to emissions. But we also, I think, reinforce the fact in multiple points throughout the submission that council's submitted in the past saying that mode shift targets are insufficient and need to be brought forward.
Thank you. That's a great answer to a bad question.
Councillor Raddick.
Just a couple of questions around Transport Area Focus 1. Focus Area 2 is relatively straightforward, adopting low emission vehicles, but the focus in Area 1 seems to be VKT, so reducing vehicle kilometres travelled. And part of that, I'm looking at, in particular, clause 32 and 35. So 35, it's hard to understand what circumstances additional highway capacity could align with climate targets. But surely if we have a transition to low emission vehicles and highways are improved to require less travel time and easier transit, would that not be a circumstance where highway capacity would be helpful? Because
this submission has been compiled by drawing on the expertise of staff from a number of different departments, including the transport team. And so I think the transport team would be better placed to answer specific questions relating to the evidence base for any given statement. However, I think the question that is being asked here, or that the clarity is being sought from the government as to what their evidence base would be for the threshold that they are stating that they are going to set. And at the moment that is unclear. So that is council's position, is to seek clarity on that point.
Thank you. I see that you have asked for clarity. Going back to 32, so there's quite an encouragement to reduce the focus. So you're saying that the DCC focus is to reduce travel time in cars. Is that correct? Have I got...
So the VKT reduction targets are set by government and relate to total vehicle kilometres travelled. Those VKT targets, I'd have to go back and double check, but I'm fairly confident that they're not exclusive to just a certain type of vehicle. They refer to motorised vehicles more generally.
Yes, so it just looks like vehicle as opposed to whether that includes, maybe they make an exception for low emission vehicles, I don't know. I suppose that's part of your seeking clarity, is it?
If there is an instruction to seek clarity, we'll do so. Otherwise, I'll rely on the fact that my transport colleagues have drafted, have been across this part of the submission.
Okay, thank you. Have you got any particular strategies in mind, other than those that we already have in the long-term plan for reducing VKT?
Sorry, when you talk about strategies, can you just refer to the part of the submission that you're referring to?
No, I don't see any other strategies in here other than long-term plan strategies. But did you have any, I'm asking, do you have any particular strategies in mind in addition to what we've already talked about in the long-term plan?
This is a response, Councillor, to a government discussion document. So staff have prepared a response to the questions that have been asked of them.
But we've
it's not a brainstorming exercise as to what we could do to give effect to the ambitions that are set out in it.
Right, so the focus is to come up with a thought as opposed to how to achieve it. But that's okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I don't know if it's a question or not, because I think basically I'd like to put up that amendment.
Soon find out.
And it's probably easy to talk to it, because I think...
Yeah, that's fine. I know there are a few and so it might be helpful if we can get.
Otherwise,
We could have
Yeah, we'll take an
rhetorical
adjournment.
questions.
But now would be a good time to know if anyone's planning on writing anymore, so that we can do this once. And if not, we'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes and give staff a chance to put them up, and then people can speak to them. Okay, I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Second, Councillor Lofisel for 5 minutes. See you at 2:12. All those in favour? Those against?
So have you got Andrews?
task put before them at the adjournment to corral this into one document.
Bigger, please.
Yeah, thank you. You could turn around, it's closer. What would be preferable would be if someone was prepared to move the submission, even pro forma is fine, and the amendments, so that we can have the substantive debate once, and then we can vote on the amendments on the proposals separately, rather than having a series of 6 debates on this submission. So that would be my preference. If someone was prepared to do that, then we can start to make some progress on this. Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Gary, noble volunteers, thank you. And people can choose where they wish to focus their remarks, and 4 of you will highlight the proposals that you are choosing to make. So those are the recommendations, ignoring the numbering. It's been moved by Councillor O'Malley and seconded by Councillor Gary, and I invite Councillor O'Malley to speak to it.
Your Worship, I think this is particularly thorough and well thought out submission here. No, but I'm surprised I don't feel much in the way of only 1-line amendment, so that's the extent to which I'm happy. I want to, and so therefore I want to thank staff for it. This 2 of the big drivers in the submission are transport and solid waste, and our submission aligns with where our policies sit at the moment, and it's good to see us somewhat aligned with the government. And so I'm just going to quickly talk to my small amendment there, which is changing us from a tier 2 to a tier 1 council. We are well aligned with the government at the moment, and I do believe that in fact we almost could be considered an exemplar of where councils can go when it comes to trying to meet these objectives. One of our biggest challenges that we face is that we are not considered as big a metro as Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Tauranga, Hamilton or Queenstown. And those are based on statistics that go around population growth rates. And what I would suggest is, and that's why mine wants to go, I want that paragraph put in around the transport section, is that those fail to take into account freight volumes. And so because we have one of the major deep sea ports in the country, we are in fact over the threshold of size to be considered a tier 1 in my opinion. And that has very important implications to such as the New Zealand Rail Plan, which we currently are not really mentioned in at all, and on the Land Transport Management Act and the relationship of regional transport committees and the membership and the makeup of that, where the emphasis is largely on Wellington and Auckland. So simply by elevating us up, I believe that we'll get better outcomes and better relationships with Waka Kotahi and so of the transport components. That's why I want this put in. And I will stop at this point and have others speak probably to their amendments if not anything else.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the staff I know are in the room who've worked on this submission. And I agree with Councillor O'Malley that these are not many amendments, which talks about really our support of the submission in general. However, I have got one amendment there, which is C, and I just want to speak to that for a moment. So this is under the heading of Transport Focus Area 1, reducing reliance on cars and supporting people to walk, cycle and use public transport, on page 156, and it's paragraph 33. And I'm suggesting that we add some wording. I just want to give context though, because it's a section that talks about effective and swift transition and a change on the ground in communities. And so we've already seen the difference that the shared path, the Peninsula Connection, has made to not only the local communities there, but the wider city. And you only have to go there of any day to see commuters, to see recreational use of that path, and the uptake has been swift. As soon as it was finished, and the parts that have been finished, it has been swift, and there have been a real volume of numbers there, so of people on their e-bikes, walking the dog, and so forth. And families out, and little kids on bikes, and it has increased safety as well. So my suggestion is about just giving an example, because one of the frustrations that we have had, or that I have had, and I'm sure it's shared by others, is that we have an unfunded section. It's in the vicinity of 20 million, and we see funds being announced by the government on a regular basis for walking and cycling, but we haven't yet received any funding for this particular project. And we have signalled that we would look to, if we didn't get any funding before looking at our next 10-year plan, that we would look to include it in that. But I think it's important to remind the government that if this is a focus, a goal, then these are the kinds of things that make projects that make a difference to our local communities. And so the wording that I have suggested is, however, investment by central government of the final unfunded section of this project, the Peninsula Connection, would ensure completion and a lift in the uptake of active transport, as it should have the word already, I'm sorry I left it out, already witnessed as the project has been delivered. And so that's the context, that's the reason. It's just to remind the government again, and I'm of the mind that never let a chance go by. Thank you.
The speakers. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I sort of, as I was going through the submission, thinking, was I going to support it or was I not? And as I read through it, I actually could agree with quite a lot of it. And I think that's the basis. I think there's some really good information here that covers it off. I liked paragraph 50, for example, where it talked about our freight transport and what was going through to the port. And then I also looked at actually how much of what was written in the submission really applies to a lot of the other councils around the country. And I think that's the part with this submission is there is a lot of very good information in it, and I think I applaud staff in putting it together and on that basis. And I actually, when I look at the amendments, I do think that there are some really positive amendments there as well, plus mine, obviously. But no, I think, thank you staff for this process and the submission.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I think there's quite a lot of points raised in here which are good, but as Councillor Gary said, and I agree with her, let's take the opportunity while we've got it, and one assumes and hopes that someone in the government will read this submission, is that, and we could even perhaps send our mayor up there to speak on it as well, maybe to get more emphasis, if he's willing, or whoever's mayor at the time. But anyway, so is that what I've added is on paragraph 39, it mentions about, there's quite a lot of mention about public transport, but I wondered if we could add into there, and I'm particularly meaning Mosgiel when I say this, is when they talk about public transport, where it says public transport services, including the availability of public transport service, public transport including a daily rail service, because passenger service, because we have mentioned freight, but as far as I can see in here, there's no mention of a passenger service. Now, there used to be one in Mosgiel, and elderly people out there remember that. And we had a meeting last week with our community board where we talked about the park and ride, and the train was brought up then because, as they rightfully mentioned, is that we're trying to get people on a park and ride into an express bus. That express bus doesn't start till September, but anyway, don't get me onto that, is that the benefit of a train is that it avoids having to sit in traffic. So people go, get in the park and ride, get on the train and go straight to town. And of course we have our absolutely beautiful building that they can walk into and then head to work.
Further speakers? I can... Oh, who? Sorry, Councillor Elder.
This submission, I say using my mask. In particular, I want to support Councillor O'Malley's point about us being considered as a Tier 1 council, given the amount of freight that goes through our port. I believe that the government needs to look at regional development, and one of those things is inputting into a growing region, but also a regional hub, which is what Dunedin is. It's a regional hub for Otago and Southland, and that is significant. I also support additional funding for tertiary and education providers, because in fact we have a lot of students that come to town, and if we could get more support for them to use public transport, that would lessen our carbon footprint a lot, and also enable those students to achieve the carbon zero goals. I look at the connection and the shared paths, and I would like to add that both Karatani and Waikawaiati would like that gap filled, and so would Warrington and Waitati, regarding being able to shift between their communities using either active cycling or walking. And so those connections between those communities can be active, and they can go, for example, to school, they can go to the library, they can access work because you've got mainland poultry, etc. So I think it needs to be a wider picture of shared paths, and I allude to the Peninsula connection, but I also have to add those ones as well, because connecting our communities is really, really important. So I support all of these, but in particular I really do commend that we should be considered a Tier 1, because in fact that would enable us to actually get this work funded sooner.
Further speakers? No, I'll speak to this briefly. I largely want to thank staff for the considerable amount of time and work that has gone into responding to a document as thorough as this, and essentially collating all of our various policy positions and putting them and including them in this work. I can support all of the amendments here apart from what is currently numbered B, and while I certainly don't question the intent around having additional capacity to support climate-related and emission reduction projects, I don't know if this is the most effective way of going about delivering that, and it comes up from time to time, the idea that we could draw on the expertise that comes with being a city of tertiary education. I don't know too many researchers who are sitting around looking for things to do in their spare time, and I don't know if it's quite the resource that people think it may potentially be, and I don't see why we would if we're looking for support for councils around the country with climate-related and emission reduction projects, why that money wouldn't come to us rather than being filtered through the tertiary education system. And I'm just uncomfortable about us trying to reset the TEC's priorities on the fly in a submission to the ERP, but that is not to diminish the intent, and I think the intent is sound. I just don't think the mechanism is quite right. But I've found myself compelled to speak less to the emissions reduction plan and more to the wider education system, and that in this debate today, and increasingly in all of our public policy debates that we seem to be having at the moment, it is becoming increasingly clear how critical and how overdue the development of a New Zealand history curriculum is in educating people in this country. And I think there is no excuse in 2022 for elected leaders of our community to display the degree of ignorance that we see around the implications, the history of this country and the implications of colonisation on the first people of this country. And I'm pleased that you find that amusing, Councillor Vandevers. Well, it's a disgrace, actually, to have those sorts of narratives being run in a public forum such as this. And I think not only is it inadequate for people to not have that knowledge, it's also not fair and reasonable to put the burden of teaching them on Māori, whether it's our Māori staff or our wider community. It's on us to read a book and to know the history of our land and the history of the people of this land, and then we might have an understanding about why it is that we are doing what we are currently doing. And it was glorious over the weekend to see the outpouring of creative expression and whakapapa and connection and mātauraka Māori that's born out of the elevation of Puaka Matariki to a national holiday. But it can't exist in a vacuum. And I think it's on all of us, and this is, I'm not presenting myself as an expert here. This is a journey that we all need to be on, and it's something that we need to take personal responsibility for rather than relying on others to do that work for us. Councillor O'Malley, your right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Irrespective of the substance of B, there's something wrong with it. It doesn't make sense. There's a word missing. Be provided or something, if you see what I mean.
I can fix that, if I may, with minor editorial
That's fine.
changes.
That's
so
fine.
Were this to pass, we will make sure that the language is consistent.
Thank you.
Your Worship, and in my right of reply, I will immediately follow up from the end of your speech, and I completely acknowledge that, and I think we need to move on and develop some maturity in this chamber on that regard, and I think it almost amounts to cheap shots at this point to continue going down the kind of line of questioning that was put forward by Councillor Vandevers, and I guess that's, I guess we'll just leave it at that at this moment. The amendments that are coming in are pretty much aligned with what I was getting to when I was talking about Tier 1, Tier 2 councils. It's really a matter of our status in front of Waka Kotahi and the central government in general, and a recognition of not just our transport, but the other aspects that are in this document in terms of we can be leaders in emissions reduction, and as we've obviously in the previous article item we talked about that. So this is really, I think, a very good submission. I also acknowledge His Worship's commentary around Councillor Wiley's particular inclusion, and it probably is somewhat tangential, but I mean, I don't think it will undermine the submission being in there either, so it could probably be reasonable to leave it in there. And I assume we will vote yes for this.
Thank you. Let's start with A, and we'll finish with the overall approval and authorisation of the Chief Executive to make minor editorial changes. That seems to make sense, and we will take them all separately because they've been put up separately. So, Part A, around...
So you're doing 1A? Yeah, whole of 1.
1A.
No, I'm doing A, and then because you can't approve the submission without voting on the amendments. As long as people are comfortable with that as a process. All right. So Part A, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. That's agreed. Part B, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. That's agreed. Part C, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. That's agreed. Part D, all those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? No. That's agreed. Could have taken them all in one lot in hindsight. And then to approve the submission overall and to authorise the Chief Executive to make any minor editorial changes to the submission, including the numbering of the resolution. Aye. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Part 18, report number 18. Oh, good grief. Submission on the sale and supply of alcohol, brackets, fees, regulations. Councillor Staines is sitting back. Ms Wikaira and Mr Wilson are joining us. Anything by introduction? No. Questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I guess my question was a little bit technical about whether there was any awareness of actual hotels or hospitality places closing and not having their licences anymore. When we look at some of the statistics, it's showing that we don't have quite so many accommodation places, and I wonder if those are showing up there. It talks about a trend, but I don't know whether it talks about the influence that COVID has had on businesses closing.
Certainly COVID has had an influence, but not specifically, no. Does that answer?
Sorry, Councillor, I think we don't have that information for you right now. We will be able to see if we can get anything for you and send it through.
Thank you.
No further questions. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Councillor Benson Pope. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lord. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? I will put it. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Item 19, local government members 22-23 determination. Ms Graham will speak to it. Anything from you to begin?
So there's just one amendment. An error in the maths. Community boards will only cost us an extra $4,194. That's in paragraph 13 rather than 10,000. So.
Thank you. Page
39 of the...
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Lord, seconded by Councillor Elder. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Item 20, Mr Logie, welcome back. Financial report for the period ended 31 May 2022. Councillor Gary has dispatched herself to fetch Councillor Staines, who was expecting a far more rigorous debate than the one that occurred. Anything you wish to say? Questions, councillors? Councillor Raddick.
It's a minor question about the May budget, because we had quite a significant dip in May with the actual, but there was a dip expected, forecast. So can you remind me, you've probably told us in the past, but why was that? Why do you expect a dip in the operating surplus in May as a general rule? Or was it this year in particular?
Be the quarterly rates coming through for the infrastructure areas.
Thank you.
No further questions. Someone like to move the report be noted? Moved Councillor Lord, seconded Councillor Wiley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yes, just briefly. Look, this has been, in my opinion, not a bad result. It has been skewed, obviously, by events outside our control with difference in the Waipori Fund. I just would make a wee comment following our earlier discussions and the size of our council debt. I just note I've been chair of this committee of the Finance Committee for the last 6 years, and I think diesel was 80 cents a litre 6 years ago, and now it's $3 a litre. House prices 3 years ago, you could buy a house for $325,000. Now that same house would cost you $700,000. I think it should be noted that inflation causes figures like just the inflationary effect of money borrowed, that to pay back $329 million, for example, today is not going to be the hardship on a community in the future that it would have been on a community in the past. Wages are significantly higher. I think my wages have gone up reasonably high in the last few years as well. And I just think if we want to be a progressive city, we've got to keep up spending. And I just commend staff, and it's right across the board, not just Mr Logie that writes the cheques, but the people that have achieved the quite outstanding CapEx figure this year. And debate, irrespective of everyone's individual tastes, I think what we will have to agree is that most of that money is spent in areas that most of us agree are very sensible areas to spend. And going back to Councillor Walker's point also from this morning, the price of rates or the value of rates, I've got a couple of properties in Dunedin where I live out at Berwick, and the great unwashed, no footpath, no water. I pay about $3.50 a day for the right to drive on roads, to go to a library, to go to town, to walk up and down the main street. And I think that's a pretty small price to pay. It's a cup of coffee without milk. And for dearer houses in town, I'm paying about $9, and I think that's a cup of coffee and a scone. And for the services I provide, the fact that I've got museums, that I've got swimming pools, that I've got stadiums, that I've got sports grounds, I just think that's part of living in the city. And yeah, so just good result.
Councillor, further speakers? No right of reply required. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. 21, Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group Companies Quarterly Update. Mr Cooper, welcome. Any opening comments from you?
Yes, please. Just to note, these are at the 31st of March, so there's been some time elapsed since then.
Okay, can you pull your
microphone? These were at the 31st of March, so there has been some time elapsed since then. They were held up for various reasons, principally COVID. Perhaps an overall commentary would be COVID is starting to bite into some of these businesses, whether it be Delta with sickness, which has meant they've had to use subcontractors, which has come at additional cost and loss of margin, or indeed fuel costs, which weren't allowed for within their model. So there's some challenges there. Clearly the airport and stadium have had less customers. Probably the Aurora, ironically, is the company that's sort of been a bit immune to it, given its model. So moving through to operations going on, cross-group working group contributing to city objectives. That's in the emissions and waste energy reduction. That's being progressed and underway, with all companies well engaged in the process, which is good to see. Just to highlight on page 149, we have had a valuation done on the 3-yearly cycle, and you'll see there on the left-hand chart that the value of the assessed value of the entities has stepped up from $450 million in 2018 to circa $700 million in 2021. So whilst the dividends may not have been coming through for various reasons, the wealth of the businesses has increased as we've continued to invest in those businesses. Page 151, still strong cash flows, notwithstanding some profitability challenges. The cash flow has remained strong and in line with previous years. That that probably does it, and happy to take any questions on that report.
Excellent. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Wisha. Just when you talk about the value of the businesses being 700 million, that's the total assets minus the debt, isn't it?
Yes.
So the total assets would be approximately 1.4 billion?
Circa, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Cooper, I had a couple of questions from page 146, if I may, and I was wondering how advanced the enhanced outage management system of Aurora is, which includes automating outage notifications. How far through that process, embedding that process, are they, do you know?
I don't know specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. And also around the Dunedin Airport, I noted on the news last night the Chief Executive of Air New Zealand was talking about the uptake of flights and the passenger numbers increasing very recently. Has Dunedin Airport seen that uplift in recent weeks?
The last report we had is 6 weeks old, and it didn't reflect what's been now another increase on top of that. So it was increasing well then, but the flights weren't back to normal. But I sense as we speak now, they're probably back to their normal levels, excluding there's no international or Australian travel.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr Cooper, for the report. Just a couple of questions around the cross-group work, which is really interesting. Where it says companies attended, what level of representation from the companies was in attendance?
Varies between companies. There was some CEOs at some of them, or in the case of the Auroras of the world, they've got a GM responsible for that. So it's at the top level, and those people that are responsible.
Thank you. And is that work, that's ongoing work?
Yes.
Great.
This is very much a project.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, Keith, just a wee question, and it was noted that it really came from questions that Lee asked this morning. He's not here now, but the increase of debt for City Forest, his question was, are we borrowing to pay a dividend, or effectively that was what he was meaning. Now, the previous debt of 13 million seems incredibly light, and I've always thought we've had a fairly lazy balance sheet there, but has there been increased expenditure this year on new thing, or have we simply just used debt as a way of funding the dividend?
Would you say increased expenses on new?
I think it was the debt. I can't see it. I can't read this very much. Is it City Forest at the actual at the end of 22? Is it 28 million? Oh no, that's operating cash flow. So has the debt has it stayed the same?
Loosely, it comes and goes according to what acquisitions they've made, and they did buy another property this past period. But then again, they've also got carbon credits they've been selling as well. So it all comes out of the cash flow, if you like, but you're right, they have been under-geared. They had a 76% equity ratio, which is essentially a lazy balance sheet. So their cash flows, all the ins and outs, will fund the dividend.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr Cooper, page 146, we've got Delta, an overview of company activities. Just a quick comment from you, please, around Yoldhurst and the property there, and the funds now contributing directly to a net profit of 3.1 million to date. Has that now been closed off and finished, or is there still funds to be received from Yoldhurst?
The 3.1 finalised the capital value of the transaction, if you like. There's now there's potential for a residual bonus, if, I guess for want of a better term, when it all gets washed out over the next 18 months. There's quite likely to be a residual payment over and above what we had in terms of a capital cost there.
So back in 2015, 2016, it was quite a debate around the council table that would we even receive any funds, or whether it was a fire sale. In fact, actually, it has been come back and been a profitable, I wouldn't say a profitable exercise, but one where council has come out of it quite nicely.
Yes, I think that's a good way to sum it up. That wouldn't mean to say we'd want to repeat the exercise, though.
Correct.
Councillor Raddick.
Just curious about Dunedin Railways. I thought we allocated 2.4 million per year. It looks like we've only used less than half that. Is that correct?
At the time of writing, yes.
Right. Thank you.
That's principally due to the fact because of COVID, we've been running very few services.
Right, so whatever services, so you're suggesting that whatever services we do run, if we run more services, we lose more money?
No, it's just there's been less costs incurred, given we haven't been hiring additional staff to undertake more maintenance, etc., etc. So, yeah.
And the Treasury, I noticed there's quite a deficit in the operating cash flows, current year to date.
Page you on, sorry?
On page 151, Treasury, current year to date, negative 1.7 million, 1.692 million.
That's a accounting exercise. They come out and break even at the end of the day, but when we do these monthly exercises, it depends on mark-to-market values, which from an accounting perspective spits out some odd figures from time to time.
Sure. So you mean the end of the year?
At the end of the year, it comes out to be zero.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. On page 150, looking at Aurora Energy, and current year to date is 3.5 million in the positive as compared to 4.9 million last year in the negative or the deficit. And I was just wondering if you could give me some commentary or updates on where Aurora is on this.
Just need to be conscious of the fact these are there can be timing issues impact on these figures, given this is the third quarter and there's one more quarter to come. But overall, Aurora is trading ahead of budget as it did last year, which is positive. A lot of that's driven by the increased development going on, whether it be on farm with irrigation or just in residential or commercial, which means there's been bigger contributions from the investor as we do those developments on their behalf.
Further questions? Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved Councillor Lord, seconded Councillor Wiley. Would you like to speak to it?
The reason we've asked for this report to come into public is so that people see it and feel more informed and more engaged with DCHL. And yep, I just think it's quite a good report. And when we do the rest of our investment strategies and form our thing, that will all be part and parcel of this. So yep, good report. Thank you.
Further speakers? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Item 21. Good thing you didn't walk all the way back to the public gallery, Mr. Cooper. Welcome back. For the statements of intent paper, you wish... 22. Sorry, 22. Yeah. On page 154, the 22-23 statements of intent. Would you like to introduce it?
Just very briefly, given that we've been through the process on these some months ago, what you see now is, as originally discussed, given there was no additional feedback, and the changes that we've made are principally around the financial forecast, given that they've now been updated to reflect the company's budgeting process, and they're all contained on pages 162 and 163.
Questions? There are none. Would someone like to move that, moved by Councillor Staines, that these be agreed, seconded by Councillor Barker? Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? Councillor Barker.
think I almost want to repeat the speech that I gave in March. I think that we have consolidated the process around the working through the statements of intent. The statements of intent is kind of a weird name for our agreements between us, the owners, and our companies about what we expect and want to see for the next 12 months. And you'll see that there is very little feedback around the statements of intent that we received in March, and I think that's really important to note, because obviously we've worked hard at actually putting down the KPIs for what we want our companies to achieve. So I was very pleased to see that. I was also very pleased to see there's a lot of work around carbon zero, waste minimisation, etc. And we've asked the companies to align with a lot of our strategies and goals. So very happy to approve these statements of intent.
Any further speakers? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is agreed. Item 23, notice of motion for learning experiences outside the classroom, which I will move. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Lawfisel. Thank you. And just in speaking to this, one of the things that our colonial settlers valued most was education, and in fact universal access to education in a way that wasn't particularly fashionable at the time. It was built into the very fabric of the communities that developed here, and in the University of Otago it was literally built into the centre of the city. At the same time, their interest in philanthropy and collections and institutions left the legacy of what we have now in the Otago Museum, the Dunedin Public Art Gallery, what we now know as Toitū, the Otago Settlers Museum. In my lifetime, access to higher education has become far less universal, but the city has continued to maintain free and universal access to learning through those institutions. Lifelong learning opportunities, but starting with our young children, and LEOTC programs have long been a critical part of that. As a result, generations of children and their kaiako have been connected to the worlds of nature and art and science and history and conservation through having access to these programs for free or for very low cost, thanks to funding from the Ministry of Education, propped up by organisations themselves. As long as it's not a live feed, I'm comfortable with that.
Might be another burst main.
Far more students have been through the Otago Museum than have ever been funded for, but the risk is now that without that funding, those teaching positions will no longer be sustainable. Or if they shift to a user pays model, some schools and families will continue to use them, and others who currently do will simply stop. Since the news has made public that the Otago Museum and the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary in particular had been unsuccessful in their applications to the newly rebranded Enriching Local Curriculum Fund, we've been left in no doubt as to the value our community places on those experiences. There's a lot still that we don't know about why we're in this situation, but there are some things that we do know. We know that the overall fund available hasn't kept up with the increased capacity of the sector to deliver around the country. That some places that haven't traditionally been as well served as our community has been now have programs available, but rather than grow the fund significantly, that money has to come from elsewhere. And I don't want to turn this into a parochial debate about who gets what, because all of our kids up and down the Motu deserve to be as well served as our children and young people have been here in Dunedin, which means ultimately it needs greater funding, and we should be an advocate for that. We also know that there are new criteria involved in accessing the new fund, and I think there's a role for the Ministry of Education to play here in building capacity to better align what is being delivered. So this motion asks for that too. But the funding cycles are every 3 years. It's not like the museum can apply for funding next year. So these are important things to do for the sake of the medium to longer term, but they won't keep the lights on necessarily in the meantime, which is why we need to play an active role in helping those who have lost funding keep being able to deliver to as many of our young people as possible. I've been in touch with all of the providers since the story broke, and we're trying to get a sense of what it is that would take, and spoken locally to Ministry of Education staff to get a sense of how this happened and how we might learn from it. One of the most frustrating things about all of this has been timing. Had we found out late last year or even in March, which was the deferred decision date, we could have had a conversation at Council about how we might, or whether we had an appetite to be able to support it, but we can't do that on the 30th of June and for ways that are obvious. We're obviously not the only source of funding that's available, or even the only source of public funding that's available. And so this has been flagged with the Otago Community Trust as well. Not that it was necessary to, they were already well across it and aware of the risks. So it's all pretty straightforward. All I'm asking for here is the support of Council for us to play an ongoing role in trying to address the issue in both the short and longer term. And I'd welcome support for the motion, and we'll take other speakers. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as you were speaking of the colonial settlers in this place, I was looking over at the board and looking at my great uncle's name in 1909, who was mayor of this city and who supported the likes of the Reference Library, and then we think of the Athenaeum Library and the universal ability for people to be educated in a variety of ways. And so that really resonated with me. And then I thought about one of my former careers as a teacher, and there are others around this table who have teaching in their backgrounds. And I'm sure that my colleagues here will know that it's those experiences outside of the classroom that are a highlight of children's educational experiences. And if you take a little school on the outlying area of Dunedin, it's a really exciting thing when they come into the city and go to the museum. If it's not something that their families can afford or have the ability to transport them, or whatever the impediments are, or just too busy lives, this is sometimes the first time they have those experiences. And we've sat around this table and heard the reports from the Otago Museum as an example of how much outreach work they do, and the value of that, and the numbers they get through there, and the numbers there have been funded for previously. And I just want to finish by saying I can't think of this work, the LEOTC work, without thinking of the likes of Tahu Mackenzie, who I happened to sit beside on Friday morning at the Matariki celebration. And if you've ever seen Tahu with young people, it is mesmerising. The kids are so engaged, they learn, they're excited, she inspires. That's the value of these kinds of programs, and that's the incredible stellar standard of the people delivering it.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. It was quite gutting to see these funding cuts, and I have experience too, working with the lovely team at the Royal Albatross Centre who didn't receive the funding either. And I've seen the thousands of children come through the doors at the Otago Peninsula, at the Royal Albatross Centre, and be inspired by the educators there. This is a lot subsidised by tourists, and so they've been doubly hit by COVID and the lack of tourists. We used to subsidise the buses that used to come and bring the children out, and also subsidise the tours for them to come in. So that was part of what tourism was doing and giving back to those programs. I've also noticed that our wonderful supporters at the Trust have also been putting thousands of dollars into the Give a Little so that we can keep delivering, I don't work there anymore, so that the Peninsula Trust can keep delivering those education programs. And we also saw that the university was giving some money to the Otago Museum, but we shouldn't be reliant on those people to have to donate that money to try and help our children become the amazing conservationists, I guess, when we're talking about the museum, we're talking about Orokonui, the Royal Albatross Centre. This is where we inspire people to care about our environment. There's one particular young man, I think I met him when he was about 6 years old, and when he was 4, he'd actually come to the Royal Albatross Centre and seen the movies that we show about albatrosses caught on long lines or struggling with rubbish, and he then went on to won a small Acorn Award because he would spend every weekend cleaning up beaches, and this is the sort of community that we want to build. Most of these organisations that we're talking about, like Toitu, etc., they support the conservation and heritage work and educating people, and we are a city of education, and it's something that we should be really proud of. So I really hope that we can be heard nationally that we are a city that is worthy of great support for our education providers and for that learning outside the classroom.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really disappointed that the Ministry of Education has cut this funding to a lot of our organisations that offer outside school education. As a mother, I've been on numerous trips that the kids have been on to the as Councillor Barker said, the Albatross Colony, the museum, the Eco Sanctuary, where we have met on numerous occasions, the fabulous Tahu Mackenzie. And she is such a bubbly, vivacious educator, which many people are, but there's not many who are as outstanding and memorable as Tahu. And so I think for children to miss out on opportunities like that is really sad. But again and again we see it come up. I used to sit on the board of our kids' primary school, and we had an issue with the Ministry of Education not adequately funding our we had an older school building on the site and not getting a lot of funding for that. We've had this come up before at council where schools have come and asked us to help fund their running of their pools because they weren't getting any funding or not enough funding from the Ministry of Education. It's not good enough. The Ministry of Education has run down buildings all over the country that are not getting enough funding in them, and now they're not funding some of these programs either. And local councils like us, you know, would love to fund them all. Well, we wouldn't love to fund them, let's rephrase that, but, you know, we want them to keep going, so we end up getting guilted into funding them out of ratepayer money where it's not meant to come out of our budget. It should come out of Ministry of Education budgets, and it's not. So please, government, do your bit and fund these programs. The government came out saying, as the Mayor rightly explained, talked about history and how we're going to put emphasis on history. Well, I know Toitu has a fabulous program that did get some funding, but there's other organisations like the museum and other places around the city that do talk about history, and I think it's beneficial for the kids to hear those stories, and they're going to miss out on them if they can't go to those trips. We need, so as an advocate, I will support saying that we advocate for this. I would say we'd give this money, however, where does it end? You know, where does it stop? The ministry has to pick up these funds.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I think this is an admirable notice. And obviously we're seeing a situation again where this is either a change in criteria or increased use of a fund without a current increased funding. It concerns me that we are facing this is the second time in 12 months we're facing a situation where Ministry of Education funding has not been made available, and we are stepping into the gap. So I will ask the mover to clarify what Part B means in terms of taking an active role in your right of reply, whether that means we're intending to, in the future, actually fill the gap ourselves, or whether our active role is to actively pursue the government to get them to increase their spending.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any speakers against the motion? No. Well, in addressing that particular point, it's drafted in a way as to be enabling. I think there's certainly a role for us to facilitate a conversation involving the providers themselves, potential funders, the Ministry of Education, whichever philanthropic endeavour we may be able to have a discussion with. It is also something that the next council could consider as part of its budget setting process. So it's as high level as it is, because I don't want to exclude or preempt what those solutions might be in either the short or the long term. But I certainly echo the comments that have been made. This isn't the first time, and I doubt it will be the last time that we have co-funded projects in the city with government, and the government has changed, or the direction has changed, or fashion has changed, and we've been left with the decision as to whether to put up the money and keep it going, thinking particularly of things like Task Force Green, or whether we let it wither and die. And that's not a conversation that we need to have today, but it is something that I think it's worth leaving the door open to council to consider as part of its future decisions. And I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is agreed. Item 24 has been moved by Councillor Raddick. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Wiley. Councillor Raddick.
There we go. This motion is primarily about community. We all heard this morning from Mr McCall, who spoke very ably, and he represents the residents that live immediately behind this badly eroded dune that is also right behind the remains of the groin. And those few poles that remain were a sand trapping groin that built up sand on that beach and protected that large sand dune for that particular groin. It protected that sand dune for over 50 years, from 1955, when it was last repaired and rebuilt, until this century. Really, it did a bit of a job, or it did a good job right through to 2000, and then it was finally smashed in 2014, which Mr McCall addressed in his speech. And so I think he spoke very well, but he spoke on behalf of the residents right behind that sand dune, but also the surf lifesavers who use the beach on a regular basis and are very familiar with what happens with sand on that beach. I also have a letter here which says, the iconic groin has but only one pole left. The state of St Clair Beach is the worst I've ever seen it, and I'm a born and bred local St Clair person. I have surfed at St Clair for over 45 years, played in its water and sand for another 10 years on top of that. I think that would make me somewhat of an expert in the area. I believe the longer we procrastinate and do not do anything at St Clair, St Kilda, the bigger the problem and the cost will become. I think a reinstatement of the St Clair groin on a 5-year trial basis would be a low-cost way to try and slow down erosion. The worst thing that could happen is that it doesn't work, and on the upside, we would still have the iconic poles, one of the most photographed objects in Dunedin. I believe it's time to bring back the beach. That's from Johnny de Graaf, President of the South Coast Board Riders, and also co-chair of the St Clair Action Group. And all the members should remember Rod Rust, who's a business owner on the Esplanade at St Clair, and he brought a petition, which I hold here, from every one of the St Clair Esplanade business owners. So these are the key stakeholders in the area, the ones with the most vested interest in that beach. They are the ones that live, work, earn their living in the area and are using the beach on an ongoing basis. In addition to that, 4,500 people have signed a petition asking for the St Clair poles to be restored. So the community is asking us, the council, very clearly to please consent and reinstate those poles back to a sand trapping groin that they were. Now, they're not arguing the engineering of them. They've looked at the history, they've looked at photographs probably, they've talked to people. Many of them remember how much sand was on that beach prior. One of the things you'll see in my submission is the fact that sand comes and goes from the beach. Now, it is stripped off the beach whenever there are large winter storms from the south, but it comes back onto the beach, not straight back on, as a commentator wrote in the paper this morning, but it comes on in longshore drift, either from the northeast or the southwest. And you can see a comment about that from Mr. Dyer, who did his masterate on that beach by studying the actual movement of the sand on the beach. So longshore drift works in both directions on that beach. And we have heard from, we've seen reports, I've seen council reports where they talk about lee side erosion on groins, which has never ever been the case on St Clair Beach, because it has longshore drift in both directions. So sand builds up evenly around. The purpose of this motion is to reinstate that groin on a 5-year trial basis. It can be pulled out very easily and inexpensively if it doesn't work. Naturally, I believe it will work. But what it has been proven to do in the past, and any old photos from throughout the second half of last century, you'll see the poles mostly buried in the sand with only the unplanked portion sitting up above the sand. And that unplanked portion of the poles is left there so that you know, that everyone knows where the groins actually are. And the sand has built up evenly around those poles and spread itself along the beach. The whole point of putting in the poles and planks is to trap the sand moving in either direction along that beach so that it builds up in that one spot. And right now, that one spot is where the greatest amount of erosion has taken place. And anyone who has been there, you've seen some photos here, which actually do not do it justice because the scouring of that dune is huge. So I've also included in here the point that this is not a comprehensive solution for the whole beach. This is to trial that groin to see exactly, to prove one way or another, what the sand trapping ability of the beach is nowadays. But I've also got the photos that show, 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago, sand did return to the beach just as it has done over the centuries. So it is scoured off in the winter and it does return in the summer. The point of the poles and the planks is to trap it in that one spot where it's most needed. And that buffer of sand prevents the waves from hitting the sand dunes. And there was no scouring of those dunes between 1955 and, say, 2005, so over that 50-year period. The dunes were not touched by the waves because that buffer of sand was there. And during that period, it did get scoured away, and it will continue to do so if this groin is repaired. But the buffer of sand protects the dunes and protects the infrastructure behind, and that is the point. Now, there is money in the budget. I've put it here in the submission. There's $129,000 put aside for modelling. And I ask you the question, what is the point of doing modelling in a laboratory with a wave tank and model poles and bits of wood in a tank of sand to try and replicate the action of the sea, when for the same money, the actual device itself, the groin, can be repaired and with a camera monitor it so that everybody can see in living colour just exactly the results it produces. So this is modelling in real life. And this is not a permanent plan for the whole beach. This is a highly informative study that would demonstrate once and for all just what is the sand movement on that beach and how much can be accumulated. There's also a page of quotes from actual experts who have actually studied the beach. And there's quite a difference, because any time an expert says and puts it in the paper and starts talking about longshore drift or groins getting erosion on the lee side, and that's what happens here, they are wrong. They have not studied St Clair Beach, because St Clair Beach is quite unique. It is pretty rare in the world to have longshore drift in both directions. Most of the time, it's all in one direction and you do get lee side erosion. That has never, ever been the case on St Clair. 100 years of photography, not a single photo have I seen. So this is a very low-cost experiment. We have surveyed the community. We have consulted with the community. We've spent $700,000 on a St Kilda coastal plan and engagement, and won prizes for that engagement, and engaged with 2,000 people. Yet we have a petition with 4,500 signatures calling for this one simple strategy to be implemented, one simple mechanism, some action to take place that will produce results and will put sand on the beach, which is the only way to protect those dunes. So the public want to see that. As you know, it was not the repair of the Pole Groin was not included in the coastal plan, but it had to be put in because of the public clamour for it to be included. So now is the moment when that will illustrate whether we as a council are actually listening to the public or not. I'll put it to you that the public have spoken.
Your time, Councillor. You have also spoken. Are there further speakers?
The question is, are you listening? Yes.
Councillor Lofiso.
As I've done in the past, I'm going to oppose this. I don't support this motion. We've got a St Clair St Kilda coastal plan. I see this as, I mean, what is the point of having gone to the expenditure and the process that our staff have faithfully done to thing a plan, and then you bring this up, and it doesn't seem to me to be consistent with process. So, and as to the point that the public have spoken, and as I have said in the past, not all the public have the luxury of time and energy to expend on such issues, and not all the public participate in petitions and everything. So I think that your statement about the public is inaccurate.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. In seconding this motion, this notice of motion, I sort of go back to probably 2015 when Bill Brown came to us after the first, basically, part of erosion. And the original sand sausages had been taken away, damaged, ruined, fallen apart. And he said at that time, for God's sake, it's time to take action. And in July 2016, he was back in front of us and talking about the new sand sausages and the 200 metres in length that they were, talking about how there was going to be a storm that eroded at the sand dune at the end of it. And he was requesting 400 metres in length at that time. And again, nothing happened. Part of what I look at with this motion, and actually why I think at the time is right, is because it talks about a 5-year trial basis. We've spent a lot of money doing a consultation and doing the Coastal Action Plan, and there's some really good information in that. But the process to implement that and put it into real hard project work is going to take a lot of time. And I don't think the residents of St Clair have that time. The people living on behind that dune don't have that time. There is going to be further erosion. And the other part that I look at, beach experiments do work. Tom Simon Smith, when he was still a student, his notching project at the St Kilda Dune, that was very successful. If it had to come through council, we'd probably still be waiting. But he did the experiment. It worked. Anybody who saw the pier in 2007, 8 and 9 that was used for the Tahuna wastewater pipe would clearly see the evidence of how the beach changed with that pier and the impact it had. The Sinclair poles are really also an iconic identity. They were, is the word, world famous. But with one left, I don't think they are going to be world famous. But they were iconic. They actually told everybody this was Sinclair Beach. And I think that's also important. I just hope that everybody that doesn't support this resolution or this notice of motion has actually taken the time to go out there and have a look. Or are you voting based on what you think and what you've seen in the pictures? Have you actually gone out there and seen for yourself the damage has been done and the effect it's having on the residents? Unfortunately, I think many of you that are going to turn this down haven't. I don't believe doing nothing is an option. Waiting for another report. We have to do something. And I think this is the best way to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just straight to that point of Councillor Wiley, actually. There's many things we can go and see and understand the problem. It doesn't give us the skills to know how to repair them. As we know, the St Kilda Sinclair Coastal Plan was adopted by Council at its February meeting this year, and that means, thankfully, that we now have a plan to inform how that coast is managed and how it will need to adapt in time to the effects of coastal hazards and climate change, something that is going to keep changing. And nobody's going to argue around this table that we need to reduce the risk of dune erosion and the effects of sea level rise. But a full range of coastal management options needs to be considered using robust data and modelling. We need to embed this coastal plan into relevant plans and policies so that we can utilise emerging and innovative best practice. That way we reduce the risk of investments and activities on an ad hoc basis, as suggested by this motion, and by doing the right thing, informed by the best available science, we may avoid knee-jerk reactions that we may later regret. And in case anyone's forgotten, that's our job as governors. Page 16 of the Coastal Plan states one of the 5 hold-the-line options that multiple groins are likely to be required to retain sufficient sand. Multiple groins, not a singular groin. And if at some point hence qualified experts come in here who truly understand the work in this field and come to the council and recommend such an option, I'm sure we'll all unanimously back it. But all this factual nonsense aside, it does seem incredible that we're being asked as governors to consider what, to be honest to me, actually reads like a schoolboy's homework. No detailed costings, no modelling, an arbitrary 5-year timeline, no contemporary evidential basis, lots of guesswork and assumptions, no scientific basis for most of your page 1 claims, just hyperbolic scaremongering with pictures of before and after that remind me, to be quite frank, not of science, but of a late-night TV advert about hair loss. Earlier in this meeting, we discussed the zero-carbon policy. A well-written staff...
That is disrespectful of the evidence that's here, the experts and the reports that have all fed into this. You can talk about hair loss all you like, but it's got nothing to do with this.
What's the point of order?
Point of order is disrespectful.
I'm not upholding the point of order, Councillor.
Well, it's also...
Councillor, I've ruled on the point of order. Carry on.
Earlier in this meeting, we discussed the zero-carbon policy, a well-written staff report, awash with the sort of terms and information we as governors make sound decisions on. Evidence-led, expert advice, pathways modelling, striving to follow international best practice, and setting strategic direction. In comparison, this motion is full of hyperbole, opinion, and speculation. For example, let's bring back the beach using one simple solution that is proven to work. It's a great soundbite, but I will direct you to the old adage, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Also, the poles are one of Dunedin's beloved icons. Firstly, poles are not groins. Secondly, there's many examples of iconic things that have been superseded by better modern advancements. Carisbrooke is iconic, but we're not arguing and bringing it back because it's iconic and it once worked. And your motion states the impediment to reinstatement is primarily political, not practical. Really? My job as a councillor is to make sound decisions and judgment calls on behalf of our community based on the facts presented to me using robust data and modelling. So if you think my decision is political, guilty as charged. You also state experts agree that groins work well at St Clair. Well, it seems that experts also agree they won't work, including Associate Professor Wayne Stevenson in this morning's ODT, who states reinstating a groin at St Clair would be a waste of money and would not work. Finally, and most importantly, my job and the job of everyone around this table is to consider the full range of coastal management options listed in the coastal plan in a strategic and interconnected way that creates a safe and sustainable future or options for that stretch of coast for generations to come. And to be honest, bringing this to council to me is not only embarrassing, it uses one of your summary points, it's just political. I absolutely, with no good conscience, can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Wow, that was one of the rudest speeches I've ever heard in this chamber, and very, in my opinion, disrespectful. Councillor Raddick has put a lot of work into this, and I know he's not an expert on groins, but he has quoted experts who said this. I actually don't understand why anyone wouldn't support this. This motion, and Councillor Walker quoted and said that in the coastal plan it is suggested that multiple groins are suggested as an option. Now, I sat here when Tom said we're not ruling out groins, and here we've got a motion saying, look, our sea is eroding, there's major issues. I'm at St Clair all the time. I've grown up going to that beach all the time. It's our local beach. I used to live in Albert Street. My brother surfed there all the time. My whole family's got connections to that beach, and it's one of my favourite places in the city. But it's sad to see what has happened to it, because it's eroded. It's not our fault, but it's happening, and it's happening in front of our eyes right now. So to say to us, wait, you know what? People are sick of waiting. People want action. Honestly, we talk and talk and talk. And for Councillor Walker to say, oh, we have to wait, we've done the plan. Yes, we've done the plan. Let's see some action. Part of that plan said we want groins. How about starting with one, move to another if we need multiple? What a start. To do multiple, guess what? You have to start with one. So, surely that's actually fitting with the plan. I'm not sure what the issue is here. It seems to me it would be great to do this as the 5-year thing. I don't think is an issue. I think we put it up and start to do something and show people that we care. We care for St Clair, and we want to see action, and we want to see a change. We can't let the beach just erode and give up on it. We've got a plan in the coastal plan, but how long do we have to wait before we see any action with that? At least Councillor Raddick has done something and put a motion forward. Yes, okay, one groin might not do the job, but we don't know until we do it. And then perhaps we could put other multiple groins if that's part of that coastal plan anyway. You have to start with one to get more. I just don't see the problem.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do wish I'd seen the passion reflected in some of our previous decisions or conversations and debates around matters related to climate change and reducing emissions. It's interesting, it's always the same folk. But I want to just reflect that...
Councillor, I'm not upholding the point of order. Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will carry on. I reflected that there are lots of people in this city and beyond who have a very nostalgic connection with St Clair Beach, and I reflected on the fact that one of my family members had their wedding photos taken with the poles in the background, and it made for a very attractive scene. On a friend's wall there's a beautiful photograph, framed photograph of the poles, and it's always been something that's been of artistic interest. However, poles do not a groin make, and I think we have to separate out the nostalgia from the science. And I want to quote from the coastal plan, because I think it's really important. Councillor Raddick talked about it will affect the sand, collect the sand. What it actually says is, this sand retention nourishment, this would involve importing sand and or construction of structures to try to retain the sand. These are shortlisted pathways. This could include a groin or similar structure designed to trap sand. This could create an enhanced high tide beach. It doesn't say would or will, it says could. The other thing I want to do is to quote from Professor Wayne Stevenson, because I believe a number of you may not have heard his little video piece. And what he said in that was, and he's a coastal geomorphologist, and I don't believe there's any coastal geomorphologists around this table. I might have a geography degree, but it sure as hell doesn't make me a coastal geomorphologist. He said the following: groins are problematic. Not an environment, St Clair Beach, not an environment that groins will work very well in. No need for a groin here. Groins are expensive to build. They need to be maintained. They get damaged by storms. It prevents people from walking along the beach. There's also a problem with a sightline impediment in terms of life saving. And it can affect the surf break, which is a bit ironic given all of the rhetoric that we've had. And look, I understand the nostalgia, I understand the connection, and I, with all due respect to Mr McCaw, who expressed his connection with it. And he did say today, there's a lot of opinion. Well, there sure is, but it's not necessarily based on fact. Associate Professor Wayne Stevenson went on to say that groins are aesthetically an intrusion. They don't look very nice. So while people really think the poles are attractive, his opinion was that they don't look very nice. And this is coming from somebody who is an expert. He said they can generate rip currents, so they become a hazard. And he went on to talk about the erosion during storms, storm bites, and the recovery during calm periods. And his final summary was, what should be done? Nothing. We should go back to this plan, in my belief, and think about this in the context of this plan, and not be looking at this aberration, as I see it, of a motion such as this around spending money on something we know will not work. Thank you.
I'm going to move, just because it seems like a safe bet, that we extend the length of the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not normally comfortable with supporting direct operational interventions, but I am inclined to, I think I will still support this for these reasons. The St Kilda-St Clair plan, I believe, when fully activated, will result in a wilding of the beach in such a way that it will drop, the dunes will drop, they will advance back towards land, nearer to Victoria Road, and when they do so, they will expose the old Kettle Park landfill, and they will take away all the houses on the seaward side of Victoria Road. Now, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with going, I support that plan, but that's a 40 to 50 year horizon on that plan. And when we talk about modelling, people make the mistake that modelling is in fact truth. It is in fact testable hypotheses. And then you go out into the real world after your model and you check whether or not your model assumptions were correct. And often as not, it helps to have good feed into your models to know what you're putting into them. Associate Professor Stevenson has been quoted a couple of times from his article, from his statement this morning. He makes a statement that essentially says that the beach is in steady state equilibrium. He says that sand is lost in winter and comes back in summer. If he was factually correct, then the beach line would not be moving, but it is in fact steadily moving backwards. So it is not in steady state equilibrium, it still needs to reach it, and that means it is predicted to keep moving in a landward direction. This groin experiment, I also do not believe can be done for $150,000. I would think it would be more like $750,000. However, a few of us were in the car the other day and went through the Puddle Duke Road intersection, and I said to everybody in the car, do you know this intersection costs $750,000 to upgrade? In terms of capital expenditure around capital works, you don't get much change from $1 million. Now, I guess I'm supporting this because of my concerns about the Kettle Park landfill and the time frame for us to re-engineer the esplanade. We do not have Mr. Simon Smith on staff at the moment, and because it is unstaffed, the plan is not moving forward at the moment. I am deeply concerned about time. We already have an anthropomorphic structure down there in the form of the sand sausages. So we already are artificially interfering with that beach because of the houses that are between Victoria Road and the sand dunes. I feel that we can get information from this trial, and the information will put to bed a lot of the conjecture, and that's why I'm supporting it. I don't believe a single groin has the capacity to save the beach, but at the moment, the model, the forward idea is that they will be rock groins if they were to go in. And we are talking about something that is substantially more visually impactful and gets in the way of people walking the beach compared to a wooden groin. So, you know, to be honest, a lot of this is opinion. And therefore, I don't think there's anything wrong with starting to get some measurements on these. They are relatively expensive, but so are our sand sausages. They are very expensive to maintain. And they are not working. They're giving us end wall effect. And we just keep extending and extending and extending. We're living at one level, we live in denial, and the next level we're trying to be pure and more clean than anything else. And it's like they're two inconsistent activities. So I guess I'm going to support this specifically because it is going in as a trial. I do not believe, though, it can be done for $150,000.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you. I'm going to hark back to a number of years ago. I noticed the notches in the sand dunes down by Lawyer's Head, and I saw people measuring and what have you. And then I met Tom Simon Smith and the team that were working on this as an experiment. And I look at the coastal plan, and I think we're looking at trying to protect at least 20 billion in asset in the South Dunedin area. And I believe that in our approach to the St Kilda-St Clair plan, we need to have room to experiment. And I note that there's experts on both sides saying groins won't work or groins will work. And I think of Tom Simon Smith experiment, which actually did work. He didn't know it would work. He thought it would work. He gave it a go, and it does work. You can go down there and you can see the build-up behind the dunes. Long term, we're going to have to do a lot more work at the St Clair end. This is an interim measure that will enable us to experiment to see if it works. Given the asset behind the dunes, an experiment like this is actually a small amount of money to try and see and gain the information we need to look at the long-term solutions that we're looking at. And indeed, our speaker this morning said, long-term, those straight-up walls and they're presenting problems already, and they're creating a backdraw, and the sand is disappearing because of it. We're going to have to look at other solutions as well. But I support an experimental approach, and that's why I'm supporting this, because it's a trial. We will find out which experts are right. But in fact, this is a cheap way of testing an idea, and that's why I will support this.
Further speakers? Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've come from a science background, and even though it's very easy to take an emotional approach, and the fact that you do something makes people feel a lot better. But all of the reports we've had over the last 6 or 7 years, none of them have recommended groins on their own or groins at all. The coastal plan we have adopted does mention groins, but it also says you will still need to replenish sand. Therefore, they may have an effect, but they're not going to fix the problem. The problem is that we are seeing more powerful storms combined with sea level rise that is having an impact on the whole coastline of New Zealand. So we have to accept that there is a real issue here and that it will be a difficult issue to solve. Putting in one groin will not tell us very much at all. And while the comment has been made that the currents move back and forwards in both directions, one of the reports we had from experts who mapped the way the currents move on that beach, they tend to come in on the centre of the beach, Middle Beach, and go out towards Lawyer's Head and the hot water pool. So if you like, they are circular, flowing both directions along the beach from the midpoint. So to say that we will build sand on both sides of a groin, we won't get erosion on one side, might be correct if you had the groin in the middle of the beach. But if it's towards one end, which this proposal would see it, then erosion on one side of that groin may well be a factor. So for me, I would rather see us progress more quickly with the recommendations in the coastal plan, but not race off and make what are really emotive decisions to try something on the basis that it might work. All of the expert advice suggests that it will not work or it will not be the solution. So I would rather take probably $1 million, as has been mentioned, and put that into extending the sand sausages a bit more and keeping up that maintenance and getting the work done that's needed to put in a more permanent solution.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I probably have politically as long a history as anyone with this issue, having back in the day been the DCC's nominee on the Ocean Beach Domain Board, which you haven't heard of. One of the many one of two of you might have heard of. Apologies, old chaps. One of the organisations that had a very long life until local government reorganisation, and the organisation that was responsible for a lot of the work to protect the dunes, particularly to the north, responsible for the re-establishment of the 4 dunes from St Kilda north, and if you want to see the importance of the 4 dunes protecting the main dunes, have a look at what's happened in Tomahawk recently and elsewhere. And that was an environment of not only a decaying wooden pole groin out into the ocean, but it was an environment of extensive planting of natives of various kinds, not just marram grass, extensive brush fencing that you'll recall that was manuka brush that was collected from here, there and everywhere and helped stabilise wind-blown sand and protect the dunes that are now under threat. So it's, for me, this sort of been there, and it's even been there in terms of this authority because of this very idea being raised by Conrad Steadman in the day, not so long ago day, and at the time many of us supported some sort of investigation because it might be a good thing to try. So it's a bit frustrating to hear that again when the result of the investigation to see if it was worth trying told us, no, it won't work. And frankly, I'm more than a little discombobulated by some of the things I've heard just now, given what was on the front page of the ODT this morning. And in terms of judgment, colleagues, I really would be questioning people's judgment if they, in the light of such unequivocal expert advice from a geomorphologist who studies such things in this sort of environment, to run counter to that sounds pretty odd to me. I just think that this is sort of wrong on many accounts. And some of those have been mentioned already. In terms of our process, where was this suggestion during the annual plan? Glaringly absent. Where does it sit? Well, it sits in terms of our unanimously adopted plan now. It sits in terms of our process, and ironic today that we approved the minutes of the National Adaptation Plan around sea level change matters just like this, and it doesn't really sit with our coastal plan or annual plan processes, as I said. The other thing about it, and this has been sort of alluded to, it's been a sort of a dance of the seven veils or seven army blankets or something, because there have been different things advocated all the time. You know, the groin has turned into the poles, which are really an artwork, you know, and iconic. And when you show people pictures of what a groin looks like, and that's been referred to, it's a big, ugly, intrusive fence with planks on it. And yes, it gets in the way of people's use of the beach. And there's been comment made on Facebook in the last week exactly to that effect, that I think Councillor Gary said it, poles do not a groin make. So let's talk about the reality here, which has been often misrepresented in this discussion. The last thing I wanted to say is that we all have opinions, there's no shortage of opinions around this table. But what we have the responsibility to offer our residents is our judgment. And I don't think good judgment is being exercised today in bringing this to the table. I think good judgment requires us to go with the plans we've already funded and committed and the work that is ongoing. It requires us to insist that the repair that needs to be done now, the instant fixing, is done as it's promised, and that's the only way we can possibly logically proceed.
Further speakers, Councillor Lord and then Councillor Barker.
Yeah, look, I just, I've heard the debate both sides, and I come back to a point that Councillor O'Malley made. He says he doesn't normally advocate for direct intervention, and that would be the case with me. I don't think there's so many things around this around the city I think I could do. I think I could build not bad roads. I think I could build not bad water pipes. I think I could build not bad sewers, but I don't think anyone in their right mind would pay me to do those jobs. And as to whether I have any idea whether a groin would work or not, I have no idea. But one thing I do agree with Jim, although I've come to a different conclusion and can't support this, the other side of it is that I think he's much closer to the mark. I think you get little change out of $1 million to do this work, and that's just knowing what I do know about what things cost. And you know, I see farmers doing stuff all the time. I see all sorts of people. I know how big the bills are, and I think you'd get very, very little. You know, 150, you'd be well short. But I just can't go against it. I would support this if this was a recommendation from our staff, supported by best industry practice or something. But that's not where we're at this stage. So yeah, I can't support it. Sorry.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Listened very hard to both sides of the debate, and I think $1 million is a lot of money. When I do like experimentation, and I think that it would be, useful to know whether groins work or don't work, and we've got experts on one side saying yes, experts on another side saying no, and I'm not an expert. So I go back to our plan, which talks about the identification of a preferred pathway, and it says that we've had some possible pathways for the coast, and the word groin is mentioned consistently through that. I just don't feel that this is the right motion at this time. In our plan, we've got undertake further work to assess the performance of alternative options. This has been mentioned coming in where we are with the annual plan process. If it had come up earlier that we put the costs in to assess those options, then I could have supported it, in particular considering the implications of any future land use changes at the coast. So that fits in with our land planning, obviously, develop concept designs and cost estimates for shortlisted pathways, and then score each pathway against community aspirations and technical and cross criteria. And that's where I'm really stuck. I know how people feel. We all see the beach being eroded away and people unable to use it and distressed about it, and it would be great to be able to do something immediately. But $1 million. You know, we've got to spend, it's our responsibility to spend that money wisely, and so I am going to abstain due to lack of information.
Thank you. Barely 3 hours ago, we formally adopted our annual plan for next year. It's the result of months of work by staff, a significant public input, and 2 opportunities for elected members to make amendments to budgets, first in draft at the start of this year and then in May during deliberations. And now, literally on the last day of the financial year, we're debating whether or not to commit to another piece of work with effectively a blank cheque and be considered a blank cheque in terms of how much it might cost to construct and maintain. Is it $150,000? Is it $750,000? I hear $1 million. Is it more? Who would know? At the meetings in January and May, the 2 options we had to make changes, this was never put up for debate, never put up for staff to give advice on it, and never able to be considered alongside all of our other competing demands. And I think it's an insult to that process that we're being asked to take this resolution seriously at this meeting. This is absolutely no way for us to run a city. Aside from the annual plan process, we have, as has been mentioned many times, developed the St Clair to St Kilda Coastal Plan with unanimous support of Council that sets out various management options for that part of the city. It was built on the back of the community's ideas and values and aspirations, and staff rightly won awards for the way that public engagement process was run. And to argue here that a whole bunch more people signed a petition and therefore we should ignore it, I think is incredibly disrespectful to the people who gave the time that they have available to participate in doing our work for us in developing that plan. This motion and the attached research report make a mockery of the coastal plan process and the expertise that we have had feeding into such a significant and important piece of work. But what's more concerning is that we have elected members who don't seem to understand what the coastal plan says. And Councillor Houlihan has said that part of the plan says we want groins. Well, it doesn't. It says here are a range of management options of which this is one. It doesn't state a preference for anything. And Councillor Raddick has previously said that the plan shows that the Council's preference is for the demolition of the Esplanade at St Clair, when it says absolutely no such thing. And you know, how many of the people who signed the petition did it on the back of the assumption, and who knows where they got that from, that Council's preferred option was the demolition of the St Clair Esplanade. More concerning still is that it's a pattern, really, when it comes to discussing significant projects that Council is undertaking. The same councillor said that Council was going to put speed bumps in along George Street, even after we were all told that there was only a potential future option when we came out of the COVID-19 lockdown. Likewise, has repeatedly said that an independent consultant recommended George Street remain a two-way street when they said no such thing, only that both options would work depending on your priorities. And I can't speak to why the mover has made those comments despite the fact that others have commented in response to them, but I'll leave it to him in his right of reply to explain whether it's a lack of understanding about the projects that we are undertaking or a misrepresentation of the projects that we are undertaking, because I can't see a third option. Councillor Raddick, your right of reply.
Yes, well, I think that probably takes the cake in terms of misrepresentation. However, starting with the $1 million or the $750,000 for the project, we have a staff estimate of the cost of the project in the report written by staff at $150,000, and that's using brand new H4 tunnellised poles, and I believe that it could be done cheaper than that using Aurora Australian hardwood poles, which would make it more look like the traditional or the historical groin that was there. So Councillor Fiso, who talked about it not being included in the plan, but it is clearly included in the plan in the list of shortlisted pathways. Number 3, sand retention, nourishment, construction of structures to try and retain sand. Now, there is no.
I did not say that it wasn't included in the coastal plan.
I don't recall that comment being made either, Councillor, so I'd ask you to withdraw that comment.
Well, I wrote down a note.
I know you've written something down.
Whatever, so I'll withdraw that, sure. And however, it is included in the coastal plan. So the possibility is right there. So it is certainly not out of line with the coastal plan. And I think a great many people, observers of that beach, are very keen to see if sand can be attracted further onto that beach, and if a groin will in fact increase the volume of sand on the beach. Councillor Walker talked about using robust data and modelling. There's $129,000 set aside in the current 10-year plan for modelling, for coastal modelling. And what better modelling than doing it in actual real life? What's the point of doing it in a tank, in a wave tank? You might as well do it in real life. And I think he's confused because he's confusing modelling with the final solution. There is nowhere where I've said that this is a final solution. This is a real-life, real-time modelling exercise for a 5-year trial so that we can see exactly what the sand accumulation and retention properties of a groin are. And so I think he needs to go and read that plan a bit more carefully. Now, Councillor Gary talked about...
And I'll use the number the first time, 25.2D, misrepresentation. I've absolutely read the plan multiple times, so don't tell me I have to go and read the plan.
Talks about robust data and modelling. We have an adaptive management pathway here.
I'm not going to uphold the point of order because I think it is whether or not the presumptions that are being made by the Speaker are accurate or not. They're open to interpretation, and so I'd ask them to carry on.
Thank you. The plan utilises an adaptive management approach. So to develop management pathways for the coast. That is exactly what this is. Now, Councillor Gary talked about contemporary evidence. Well, there's plenty of contemporary evidence included in my submission of the sand, the difference in sand being eroded from the beach and then replaced on the beach. So sand is moving on and off the beach. And it is not expensive. At $150,000, it is much cheaper than most things that have been done and will need to be doing on that beach. She talks about Mr. Stevenson saying that he can't walk, but you can walk along the beach right between the poles, and that has historically been the case with all of the groins on St Clair Beach because the planks, the fence, gets buried underneath the accumulated sand. And historically, that is what has always happened. So that you've only got a few poles sticking up, which are very easy to walk through. And she also talks about Mr. Stevenson saying they don't look nice.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. It's not Mr., it's Associate Professor. He's an expert. Let's use the titles, please.
What is the point of order?
misrepresentation that the councillor talked about a commentator.
Councillor, I'm not going to uphold the point of order. Carry on.
And similarly, a few poles on the beach do not create rip currents. So, however, Councillor Gary has also made the statement she knows it won't work. But how can she? But the test hasn't been done. And historically, it does show that it does work. So the photos show great sand accumulation when the groins have been installed, and I refer you to the chart on page 216, quoting from the annual reports of the Ocean Beach Domain Board, of which Councillor Benson Pope was a member. Look at the reports. It talks consistently, every time groins were built, it attributes the great success and the increase in sand to the groins. And prior the groins being installed, we see erosion actually worse than what we see currently. Right? So Councillor Staines talked about no more powerful than in the past. That is simply not true. The photographs on page 216 will show you 1901, 1920, 1953, erosion just as bad, if not worse, than what we have now. And in each of those cases, groins were built, and groins built up sand and protected the beach for many years, and especially in the case of 1955, for decades thereafter. So the groins have worked and been very successful on that beach. And then to start ramping it up to $1 million, that is completely plucked out of thin air. We have a staff report, 150,000, which I think is an overestimate. And anything else is just pure conjecture and speculation. You know, that we've got the factual report there, which is the best estimate that we have at the moment. And now, lastly, Councillor Benson Pope talked about an ugly fence, which is pure misinformation. Every photo of the groins, it shows poles on the beach, just poles on the beach. Once they've been freshly planked, all those planks disappeared under the accumulated sand. So 2 or 3 metres of extra sand on the beach is what happened every time.
Your 5 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you.
And I don't have a science degree, I have a humble liberal arts education, but I would suggest that the final solution may not be the phrase you reach for in future, Councillor. I'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker.
Abstain.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lord. No. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Walker. No. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Lost 5-7 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the public part of the meeting. I will move that Council move into the non-public section of the meeting for the reasons outlined and let Mr Cooper remain present for that, and further that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes, is fine. 10 minutes to allow the relevant people to leave the meeting. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thanks.